And welcome to another episode of Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Last session, the party had traversed the tundra, heading from Bremen all the way east, past past Targos, unfortunately, as they weren't allowing you entry. For some reason, they seemed little on edge, the fact that there were two half-orcs and a ragged tribesman, stating that they've had raids before from both raiding orcs and of the actual Reged tribes, and despite even having someone injured, clearly needing medical assistance, they refused to open their gates. Not even Bitz's puppy eyes worked, and thus you were forced to trek on through the icy cold snow. I believe Geist had lended Barritomus the snowshoes, else he would have just been flailing around in like waist high of snow.
I wasn't using them.
Guys managed to stave off any further cold by basically wrapping up warm and using your little makeshift stretcher. And all the while you've been checking the lantern, which Danica Greysteel gave you, the priestess of the Church of Hades. She says that this lantern will apparently glow green when the presence of fey creatures are near. She's tasked you with finding a small creature known as a Chewinga. Apparently these hold the key to figuring out the changes in Icewind Dale's environment. And she also gave you a scroll of lesser restoration, which you should hopefully be able to use soon, once you're almost recovered. And so you trekked on, and finally, when you reached Bryn Shander, you again had to put up with these customs. But in the end, I think it was Ashanti and her great knowledge of the caravans and trade that come in through the south near Bryn Shander, that they seemed reputable and trustworthy, such that they were allowing you in, and you met it was a female human on the gantry who seemed to be more jovial and light-hearted once you actually entered in, stating that just dropping her name at the Northlook will get you service almost immediately. And let's see, find her name. Devessa, I believe her name was. So, yeah, Duvessa Shane. There you go. Have some more artwork. She also seemed to be aware of the ongoings of a murderer at large, and she was also accompanied by her, what looked to be like a sheriff, and he seemed to give you guys a more stern look, a more cautious glance, not perhaps fully trusting you yet. But in any case, he seemed as though she was going a bit too easy on them, or too trustworthy, perhaps, of your lot. In any case, you managed to get entry, past the stables, through the main thoroughfare, and there weren't many people out. Still pretty cold at this time. In fact, it dropped below like 40 degrees by the time you got here. So you were eager to finally get into an inn where there's nice warm fire under the hearth. You've been served, and you sat around the the plaque with old Bitey, this gigantic knucklehead trout that sits above the fireplace, and it was singing a song, shanty, like a sort of shanty tale about getting lost in the snow. But yeah, you've been given your drinks. You just sat here for a while, warming your hands and toes by the fire, when suddenly, Hulla, atop your table, you see the lantern begin to just flicker ever so slightly. And a green tint begins to fill the room.
Oh, and I point to the lantern. The thing is, the Schwingy is close. Well, I mean, relatively close. It's might be in town.
The what?
The fey creature that we're supposed to get to find out what's been happening with, she gestures around the sun and things.
Well, that's good that it's nearby, I guess, but I don't think now's a good time to go looking unless you want to freeze your arse off.
It is about 3 p.m.
Still early enough. And my clothes are all dry and I'm not exhausted. Does I don't suppose anyone wants to come with? No, never mind. I'll do it. Okay, well, you guys stay here where it's safe and dry and warm, and there's food and drink and a fire.
No, it's fine.
And I'm gonna.
I'll come.
Really?
I would, but I'll probably just slow you down at the moment, unfortunately.
That's true. You'd best stay here.
Same with me.
Yeah, we're
Barry,
here.
are you sure?
Yeah, it's fine. We're here together. Last thing we want is one of us dying.
Yes, best not to go off solo. That's when people have ended up being iced.
I feel like Ashanti would also want to go with if she's healthy enough. If she's healthy enough.
She is. She's not feeling. Well, she's got 1 level of exhaustion, but so long as you're not out in the cold for over an hour, you should be okay. And you're in a town, so it's
if
hard
we
to
stay
tell.
in the town, the wall should be a little bit of shelter, and we can hardly get lost. So, I mean, yeah, okay, come on.
And bits will probably be helpful as well.
Yeah, bits might.
I have no idea how to find this thing other than, I guess, just point the lantern around. I don't know how these things work.
So, remember back to Danica's instructions. The item only begins to light up when within 100 feet of such a creature. So you must be a lot closer than what you predict. It's not just the town that has a Chewinga in, but rather you might be like almost next door to one, which is quite a spot of luck. But
because my item sheet says 300 feet.
300, yeah, that's it. Sorry, I misremembered. 300
but
is
it
still.
Also says that the lantern can't pinpoint the creature's location.
No, it can't.
Do you know what? Do you know what a Chewinga looks like?
I don't know. It looks fey, I guess.
What if it just looks like a normal person? What if it's just someone at the inn?
I don't know. Let's do you want to just wander around the town and see if we see anything spooky?
Sure, why not?
Cool.
Maybe we can come across a shop with snowshoes so I can give Geist his back.
That's a good idea. Let's look for a shop and, also a fey creature.
Okay. Yep, you can totally do that.
Yep.
So, also with it being almost flickering on, you gather that it must have just entered within that 300-foot radius. And given that the tavern is only pretty big tavern, but it's only 140 feet across. So
I'm
gathering that.
If we leave the tavern, does the lantern go out then?
No, it doesn't. It stays lit.
Also, got to consider we're on the edge of town here. Like the tavern is on the edge of town. What if it's outside the gates?
I think let's consider that as a worst case scenario. And let's assume it's inside for now. And if it's not, well, I don't want to go chasing a thing we can't find in, the wilderness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
what would you like to visit? Just walking around from
Yeah,
street to street.
just the neighboring couple of streets, just to
ask.
see,
Okay.
keeping an eye on the lantern to see kind of where it goes out, if it becomes stronger.
Hmm.
Maybe we come
Okay.
across people who are shocked to see some sort of fear.
Oh yeah, so see if there's any any signs of like animals or
I
I
gotcha.
don't know, non-human creatures. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense. See if there's anyone startled or trying to like gather around. So I think with that,
Bunch of
that
people
sounds to
pointing.
me like either a perception or an investigation check. But I'll let any one of you roll it. I'll let.
I've got a +2 to perception, but I've got a +2 to no. Investigation, what's investigation? -1 to investigation, so I better do perception check.
Oh my goodness.
Middle of the road.
Just
All right.
Just all right.
12. Okay.
So it's gonna have to be obvious. Yeah.
And don't forget, you can also add guidance as a reaction.
Ooh.
It's a reaction.
Yes.
Yeah. If I fail, I can add guidance.
So 13 in total.
Blah.
Okay. So you're going from street to street, and overall, it seems like most travelers here kind of have a friendly-ish demeanor. You see people kind of like nodding or like, or giving a quick wave, but nobody stops to talk to you. It's too cold. They are either moving from one building to another or they're trying to find shelter. There are a number of services, and you can see this place is probably the biggest trade hub more than any other town. You walk past a rather rusty-looking house, and you can see a sign on the outside that's sort of swinging in the cold, frigid air. It's called Abel's Arcana, and it looks to be like some sort of magic shop. That's of interest. Continuing, you can also see there is an armory, and the name indicates that it is not only the armory stores for the town's weapons and armor, but seems to also serve as as the nearest guard post, as there's a number of the same guards you saw in the gantry in the same uniform, and they seem to be congregating in and out of there. And you walk past there's a massive council hall as well. That seems to be shut at the moment. And you eventually reach a kind of a lackluster looking inn. It looks kind of drafty, but this is like near the east gate. So I'm going to say that you've kind of come around this way. But out of those, anything that you would like to investigate?
Does the armory sell weapons, or is it just for the guards only?
No, there is
There is stuff for sale.
there are things for sale. In fact, haha, yes. Next to it, is a small smithy and outfitter, and it's called the Black Iron Blades. And there seems to be a lot of guards around the armory, but none around the actual Black Iron Blades outfitters.
Barritomus, do you need anything else besides cold weather gear? I know you're a handy type of guy. Do you need tools or something?
Possibly, but that's if we like come across any jewels or anything that I can add to my trinkets. A jeweler's kit might be useful.
Okay. Well, just note that down, that there's a smithy here, and the magic shop was cool, but I don't have the cash for that type of place.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can we ask like a passersby if there's a sort of general store around somewhere? Just general supply store?
Yeah, as you ask general store, they don't even stop to tell you. They just point across the street, and you can actually see there's a soft glow of light coming from a trader inn, and you can see the sign is swinging. It's got a picture of a knucklehead, and it's called the Hooked Knucklehead.
The hooked knucklehead.
So as you're heading over there,
Mhm.
and come into the warm interior, as warm as it can be at the very least. There's a bit of snow that you kind of like scuff your feet on the floor. You have to wipe your feet down on a mat. And the proprietor welcomes you. He looks like a human, and he greets you and says, "Welcome. Name's Barton. This is the Hooked Knucklehead. If you have anything you need, just let me know." But he gestures around to the shelves. There is quite a spacious room. There are tables spaced apart. Sound of whistling through the cracks in the walls makes it difficult to overhear any quiet conversations, but you can see one section is set out for the inn and the other is set out for the shop. But the counter for the shop spans the whole length of the room, so it doubles as a tavern's counter.
Okay. Do they have cold weather gear?
Yep, they
That's what
do.
we're
There
looking
are
for. Okay.
shelves all
Still
folded
don't
up,
have
nice.
money. But I'll sidle over to Barritomus. How do you want us to pronounce that, by the way? Barritomus?
Yeah, it's Barritomus, but
Barritomus.
whatever you want. I'm not too.
So I sidle over to Barritomus and say, look, I spent most of my gold, I think. I've only got. Oh no, I didn't, did I? Because we didn't buy the
sled in the end. No.
We didn't buy the sled in the end, so I should put
No.
that back into my. So I have 21, I think, gold.
But
Didn't you spend it on fur lining?
Fur linings, yeah.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
got
I can't remember.
one for yourself and one for Geist.
That's right. Okay. I knew I'd spent it on something. I just couldn't remember what it was. So I'll say, well, I have 1 gold left, and you have a couple, don't you? But you need cold stuff.
Yeah,
Do you have anything you can sell, like any trinkets?
Not yet. I got a couple of things I need to work on, but maybe in the morning I'll have means of selling them. I got a Velociraptor skull with some missing teeth and a ink pen that needs fixing.
Okay. What about this? And she holds out the pepper shaker. Is this worth anything?
Oh, that's
Do you
where that
think?
went. I had
Yeah,
one.
I found it fell out of the snow when you popped out of the nowhere.
Out of the no. Well, I was that. Well, it wasn't nowhere. I was in Wheat. I don't know if you've heard of it, but
Yeah, I've been to Weep.
yeah, decent place.
Well, whatever. The hole in the sky thing.
Yeah.
Do you think? Here, go and I put it in his hand and I push him towards the shopkeeper. Go and sell it and see if you can get some. I know you have a couple of gold. I'll give you my last one and see if you can get some furs at least. We can make snowshoes maybe.
We'll see. I don't know if this is worth another 13 gold.
Well, then give it back.
I'll give it a try. What?
I'll have it back if you don't want it. I like it. And I already filled it with pepper, look.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you asking me to give you my item back to you?
Well, it's my pepper.
But
and I'm going to use it for, common meals and stuff. So it's like
yeah,
good.
you know what? I'll let you have that. That's
Belongs to everyone.
let's call it common ground. We obviously didn't start off on the best footing. Well, I definitely didn't. I fell almost on my head.
Yeah. Did you do that on purpose? It didn't seem like you did that on purpose, but like.
fall onto my head almost. No,
Well,
I try to land on my
why
feet normally.
was that a spell that went wrong, or how did you?
No, it's one of those higher power thing. You believe in all that.
Sure, of course I do. But I mean, like, which higher power?
The
I don't think.
not so good kind. Well, to me anyway, it kind of disrupted my life. You know,
Mm,
when they come to you and they're like, "Oh, you have to go on a journey." Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that
that sounds familiar. But I mean, I don't know. Seems kind of rude to just shove you in the back end of nowhere with no supplies and stuff. Make you fall on your
yeah,
head. So you're
yeah,
not friends with?
no.
Oh,
Although
I'm sorry.
I'm a bit not really friends with a lot of people. Not the best. Good at selling stuff. Not very good at the whole friend stuff.
Well, you came with me, didn't you? That's a friend thing to do.
Yeah, but that's more selfish. No offense.
It's
I need you alive to do my goal, and if you go off and get yourself killed, it's no good.
it's at this moment when Barritomus says good at selling stuff is when you overhear the same word but in a different language that you're not used to hearing very often, Hulla, but it rings in your ear, and you think at first it's just you subconsciously hearing it, but you definitely overheard it somewhere. I'm gonna try and find out exactly what that is.
Yes,
Um,
please.
it's the word selling stuff. We'll say that it's like we'll say that it's yes, snaffling the bit. It's like you hear that and you recognize it. That language means good at selling stuff.
Snaffling the bit. Is that
Yep.
an expression?
It's not an expression you would normally hear. It's known as thieves.
Do I? I don't know that.
You do. Wait.
I don't have these things. Thieves can't.
What?
No, but you might have picked up
But
a
I
few
probably picked. I
bits.
probably picked up a little bit unofficially.
Yeah. In
Is it
fact, both.
from? Is it from someone in the shop?
Yeah, you can hear there are um two cloaked individuals sitting on a table, kind of the closest one to you, and they seem to be talking in hushed voices. But the wind just whistled that expression over into your ears, and you're not exactly sure what it means, but you're guaranteed that you've heard it before, given your background. But and it's only because it was happened to be said in conjunction to when Barritomus said selling good at selling stuff. That's when you realize, oh yeah, that's actually what it means. Up till now, all you could really make out was just a bunch of babbling over there, and it was nonsensical. It just happened that they said something that lined up with what Barritomus was saying, but they don't seem to be looking in your direction at all. In fact, they're kind of keeping their faces a little bit shy and hidden.
And they're in. Okay, they're sitting down at the inn.
They are, yes.
So, I'm gonna go and take a seat at the table next to them, like with my back to them, and see if I can listen in a bit more.
They instinctively stop talking for a moment, as there are actually plenty of other like free tables, and you kind of sit one relatively near, but with your back turned. They sort of stop for a moment, and then they continue, but they continue even more whispered tone. So to really listen, it's going to be a perception check at this point.
All right. Let's try. Would it help if I like rummage through my pack as if I'm looking something to just kind of disguise what that I'm listening in? Because I wouldn't just sit down. I would be like happy. It's like when you pull out your phone to look busy. Like I'd be trying to look busy doing something, not paying attention to them.
That's fine. That'll add to the act that you're not
Okay.
trying to eavesdrop, but it might not help you listen if it's rustling. But
Okay.
they don't have any reason to relatively suspect you right now. So
Yeah.
but nonetheless, you keep up the act, and you can.
Can
Let me
I
just
guide
check.
inside? Is that a
Yep,
failure?
you can always guidance it as a reaction.
Yes.
But I can also tell you if it was a fail, and that would make a success. All right.
Yay. Okay.
So you overhear their conversations. And as you went to sit down, you actually did get a look at one of their faces. That is another half-orc, just like yourself, and you can hear them talking about finding someone and selling something, but again and again you hear these strange terminologies like swag. You recognize that could mean like booty. You reckon? Yeah, in fact, you would recognize that word. Like, we gotta move this booty, and quick.
Booty, I know.
Yeah, and then one of them says, now. Oh, and he says it as a question mark, like now. And they seem to be again talking in bizarre languages. In fact, which I could just bring up an Urban Dictionary of Thieves' Cant because it is bizarre when you hear it. It's all like, yeah, I need some air and exercise, you know. Gotta stretch out the old legs before the weather changes. And you're like, what? Like, it sounds nonchalant, but then when you kind of listen in, it sounds almost like a bit jumbled.
Yeah. I would presumably recognize those phrases, even if it's not on my character sheet. I know.
Yeah, you definitely recognize booty. That they've got
yeah.
some contraband.
Yep.
And they're trying to get rid of it. But again and again, they're just like, yeah, well, we got to tie them new shoelaces first, haven't we? Otherwise, we'll end up a few blocks short of the pile. What, you're just like, huh? But that's what you're overhearing.
Okay. Can I I'm gonna turn very, very slowly towards them, and in an undertone, I want to say in Thieves' Cant, what kind of stuff you got? We're looking for loot.
Yeah, you startle one of them. And he's like, you can hear him like hit the underside of the table with probably what sounded like a hard hilt of a weapon, and you see him go to like draw it for a moment, and the other one doesn't react as badly because he could see you like turning, and he helped stay the blade of his ally.
I'm still like not facing them, as if so that no one else looking at us would know that we're having a conversation.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. So you just say this aloud, and
kind of loud under my breath, but still with my back half to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they saw you sit down and took note of you. And if you was any other race, they might be a little alarmed. But you're a half-orc just like them. And they say, "Who's asking?"
Say, fellow sailor.
Sailor, eh? Huh. What are you, fresh off the boat?
These aren't my usual waters.
So you're looking to buy as well, perhaps? Or do you know a fence?
Well, friend, I need bait and tackle for this particular area. Maybe a pilot, if you've got one. If not, just a quartermaster who knows what he's doing.
You want hired work? Or goods?
Both, if you got them. We need goods, need work to get goods. Like I say, our captain is far from here. We need to get us a rescue boat.
They seem to eye each other for a moment, weighing whether they can trust you or not. And so I should ask, are you actually telling the truth? You are actually looking for goods you can perhaps buy on the
Yeah.
cheap on the tavern?
Yeah,
Okay.
looking for goods in the cheap, looking to trade favors if need be.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Say
All right
like,
then.
what's it gonna cost me to get? Yeah, rations, equipment, bait and tackle.
Okay. In which case, then they say, all right, we're gonna leave first. Follow after 2 or 3 minutes. Meet us behind the knucklehead, the hooked knucklehead, and we'll show you what snowman we've been building. And they both step up from the table, finish their drinks, and clink them down, and nod to each other, and then head outside.
Okay, I let them go. Did Barry hear any of that?
No,
He likely saw you sit down, but
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't.
Barry was in the middle of the shop,
Mm.
and then suddenly he was just like, "Huh, that was rude." Mid conversation, and she just walks off and starts talking to other people. Guess
Okay.
we won't like get on. All right,
Ashanti drugs and says, "Well, you can talk to me," but yeah, she's.
and then heads towards the shopkeeper to see about snowshoes while all
Okay.
this is going on, because Hulla just did something very rude.
Yeah,
Okay.
Barton brings out a fresh pair and he says, "Snowshoes, top quality snowshoes. These aren't reused, re-repaired. They're fresh. But sometimes, a used pair can be trustworthy. They've served well. But anyway, snowshoes are 10 gold pieces,
Oh,
and you'll be speeding through snow like it was a normal road."
uh,
Do you have any used ones, broken ones?
yeah. Have you got any used ones I can fix up?
We don't sell used ones here, but you could try the black iron blades. They're usually selling reused and repaired equipment.
Cool.
In fact, there might even be a sale on. Yeah. In fact, I forgot to give you this, but there was actually a newspaper
There's a sale.
that was handed on the inn, like say in the Northlook, but because this too also serves as an inn, he says here, and he just tosses you a folded up newspaper, and I'll actually drop that into the chat for you. Kind of cute. Found this.
Do you have anything here that need fixing up? To
Fixing up.
and a bit of coin.
Not right now, no. Couldn't say I have anything. We're pretty spick and span here.
All right, no worries.
It's a nice shop. Yeah, you've got good stuff. I think we're maybe not your customers for today.
That's fine. Well, you can take the 10 times on the house.
Oh, there's actually a.
10
Yeah.
times. Oh,
Here
that's
you go.
cute.
Wow.
No, it's probably a little small, so I'll drag it into the Discord as well, so that you got a
Blushing
better image.
sale.
This is
Ooh,
quality there.
rent to own.
Oh,
Ooh.
they call it the Bremen Beast. I thought it was the Mayness monster.
To everyone else, it's the Bremen Beast. To ones who live in Bremen, it's the
Nice.
Loch Ness, whatever it is. There you go. I've also posted it in the frozen logbook, so you can open it in the browser.
Amazing.
Ooh, you can rent axe beaks for 10 days.
Yep. Yeah, they've got a pretty big stable here in Bryn Shander, and they're not just for sale, that you can actually rent them.
Ooh.
Too bad they're so expensive to rent, but
There it is, Black Iron Blades, Bryn
yeah.
Shander, half off.
Half off. Half off is I punched him in the arm. This is great. Look at this. Tell you what, you want to head over first, and I've got a thing, but I'll meet you there in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna nothing dangerous, don't worry. But yeah, or do you want me to escort you in? I better escort you in just in case.
That's fine.
I'll.
I'm sure we can
I'll-
make it to a shop.
The shop is, I guess, close by anyway. So I'll walk you to the door and watch you walk in, and then head over to the back of the hooked knucklehead. Solo.
Okay. You got it.
As we
So, you splitting off from the
Yeah.
others. You
as
got it.
as we go into the next shop, then leave Hulla behind. Barry says to Shanty's just like, is it me or she's suddenly become really rude? She walks off mid-conversation, then she comes back and punches me in the arm. It's a bit weird, right? I know she's just going off on her own.
Mm.
And
And then, yeah, he's just
Ashanti says something. Ashanti like.
Ashanti like, yeah.
You hear an agreeing bark from Bits, perhaps.
Yeah.
Dogs value loyalty, and just seeing you walk off, that's not on. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we head back round to the back of the hooked knucklehead, and here you two see the two burly half-orcs waiting for you. And of course, they haven't got their stash just right here, but they say, "All right, follow us."
I will go with them, following behind.
The other one actually waits for you. He like gestures for you to walk in between them two.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and he looks around behind as well, the one at the back, checking that they're not being followed or tailed.
Yes.
So yeah, they're clearly being very cautious. But as you are on your own, and you don't seem to have alarmed them or anything, they do lead you all the way to a place called Tharam's Warehouse. It's a small building, just a few blocks away from the armory in which you sent the dwarf to. And you see one of the half-orcs kneels down, pulls out a key, and opens up the warehouse. And inside there are a few hidden boxes and other stored items. And they crack open the crates, and inside you can see quite a number of goods. You've got mostly weapons here. It looks like they may have raided an armory or something, but a different one perhaps. And keeping them here doesn't raise suspicion because it's in someone else's stock. But that's what you assume anyway. But yeah, they look like stolen weapons perhaps. You got a finely crafted S-stock, just like a rapier, but it doesn't have like a cutting edge. It's just like this long, powerful weapon built for thrusting. And that one sticks out at the top, but there's plenty of others as well.
So, salvage, eh?
Salvage, yeah. Don't ask too many questions, all right? And we won't ask the same.
Well, friend, I'm not terribly short up on weapons this time around. Was hoping more utility supplies. Sleds, furs, snowshoes. You got anything like that? Any of that happen to turn up?
Oh, well, feel free to have a look. And tell you what, you can give me either a perception or investigation check to literally root through their stash and see if you roll high, maybe you find what you're looking for, basically.
If I roll high.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. So what are you looking for? A pair of snowshoes?
I'm at the moment I'm looking for I'm looking for winter weather gear and any magical items. I'm not terribly interested in iron weapons right now because I'm pretty well equipped. And I don't make any I'm not being like secretive about it. Like I'm pretty like I'll look at the weapons and I'll look at the rapier and kind of pick it up and balance it on my finger the way that people who know swords do how to do. and just kind of looking around, perusing the goods. But it's obvious that that's not where my interest is lying right now, and I've
Right.
been pretty upfront about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
With an 18, I will say then you do find a pair of snowshoes is what you're looking for. No magical items are obvious. These look like run-of-the-mill stuff. They're not like raiding magical wares, but snowshoes are here. And they say, did you catch a bite?
Might have found a nibble. Yeah, I could take that home for dinner.
Hmm.
I'll hold him up, and I'll toss him a gold.
A gold, eh? Ah.
Ask no questions. And
The other one looks at
who
him.
knows? Maybe me ships can pass in the night some other time.
These are worth 10 times this on the market. No, I guess
On the open
I
market.
can't expect. I can't expect full price, but surely you got a bit more than that. Dragged you all the way out here in the cold, and now you know where our stash is as well.
Fair point, but there's honor among thieves, isn't there? I mean, sailors. What
Aye.
what can I do you for? I've got I've got a couple of things. I've got some spices. I've got this lovely pepper shaker. Have you seen this thing?
Yes.
Uh,
They kind of like seem to scoff at it, but I'll tell you what. Can I ask, is there any outwardly obvious signs of religious symbols on you or
Yes.
clergy cloth? Right. So
I've got a necklace with a leather pendant of the 3 heads of Cerberus.
perfect. They spot this as they've been just sizing you up the past few minutes. They say, that is some sort of like religious symbol or something.
Yeah. You've heard of it?
Cerberus, isn't it? I've heard of the creature. Not too up on the religion. But,
Uh,
as it happens, there is a church here in the city. It's the House of the Morning Lord.
House
And
of the
where there's churches, there's usually gold. Icons of worship and the like. Tell you what. If you can use your, how do we say, background, I'm sure they will shelter another faithful clergyman or woman for the night.
Mm.
Perhaps you could acquire something for us. Or if you think that's too hot, perhaps you could just leave the latch off the door.
Now, friend, I can't betray my own people, even if I don't know them yet.
The
What
Morning Lord
else?
is the god of the sun. I believe Cerberus is anything but the sun. This comes from the underworld, right?
Cerberus guards the doorway, yeah. But let me see what I can do. Shall I meet you here
Well,
tomorrow?
you're no good to us as a guard dog. We need you to open up. If you can get in for the night and just unlock the door from the inside, then you never need to see our faces again, and you can walk out with these snowshoes, and we'll even chuck in an Estoc, which you've been eyeing up as well.
It is very pretty. That's a lot to ask for a pair of snowshoes, considering you don't
That's
even want them.
that's why we're trying to sweeten the deal. Another weapon of any weapon of your choice, plus the snowshoes. Now all you need to do is have a little sleepover at the old Morning Lord's.
What's that longsword you got over there?
Well balanced, finely crafted.
Dwarven
Have a
made?
look at it yourself. Indeed it is, from the Dwarven Valley.
She will she'll take the rapier, the snowshoes and the longsword, and sort of
you're picking
clap.
up 3 weapons. Oh, so you're taking 2 weapons.
2 weapons plus the shoes.
He goes, hold on, we said 1. But I'll tell you what, if you're about to try and convince him, you can make a persuasion check.
All right. Come on, rolls. Don't screw me over. Ooh, damn it.
They say you're pushing your luck. We already said.
I'm pushing my luck. You realize what you're asking. Betrayal of everything I believe in. You've got more than enough here. But what you don't have is access. I can get you that.
Not a chance. 1 weapon, snowshoes. All we're asking is to leave a latch off the door. It's not exactly going to put you in hot water. Or do they catch you and you just say you're going out to smoke your pipe or something?
It's not so much the danger to me, friend, as the danger to my
you're worried
lord.
about divine retribution? They look at each other and just laugh it up.
Listen to me, friend. I've been around. I know I'm young. But I've seen what the gods can do. The gods do not like when you go against their will. I'll get you something. I'll leave the door open. You give me both.
They growl intimidatingly, and then they say, we're in the right mind to just take back the deal and take your weapons instead. I'm afraid with the nat 1, they don't seem to be budging on this at all. And in fact, they're threatening you. And they're just saying, take the deal, or we'll take what you've got.
Okay. Fair enough. I know where your stash is. You better not screw me over, otherwise you're gonna have to find a new warehouse. But I'll take the the S stock?
Yes, an S stock.
Okay. S stock. And the snowshoes, and I'm gonna head out. And close the door behind me.
Okay. Yeah. Now they've threatened you. You get the impression that if you don't follow through with this, they're gonna come after you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for that nat 1. But
my luck was doing too well with that 18 there. Couldn't last forever.
Okay, I've put the S stock on your sheet. It's actually a pretty good weapon. Have a little look.
Shane.
And I think with that, we'll jump over to 607
how you spell that.
and Wealgeist back in the inn.
Is
keep him warm.
607 back?
I think he is. Julian, you there?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to jump to you in the Northlook whilst the others are out. And you've been gathered around the fire. I see you come around to the other side, 607. The other side of this fire, there's a little bookshelf with a little library there. But in addition to that, someone's dragged a table up onto the side of the bookshelf, and they've kind of made almost like an office space, you could say. And there is this older gentleman, wizened looking, poring through scrolls, and he is making scribbled notes with an inkwell. And you can see there are other little trinkets and items on the desk of intrigue. Stuff like gems, crystals, and the like. Some of them have got their own little stands. Others are socketed into wands and rings. But he gives you kind of like a smile and like a nod as you come around this side to warm yourself by the fire. But otherwise, he just gets back and puts his head back in the books.
I'll nod to him, sit down at the closest chair to him, but near the fire still. And don't tell me you're one of these another scientist, researcher person. I've already had to run with one of those before.
You could tell, could you? Yes, I'm researching a strange mineral found only here in Icewindale. Though getting
it
our
ice?
hands on a piece is
There's a lot
quite...
of ice here.
No, ice is not of importance, although there are many amazing properties to O2, frozen O2. But no, I'm looking at a strange and mysterious black ice, you could call it. Close.
Black ice?
You've indeed.
I've heard of such a thing.
It's known as Charlatan. It's a strange crystal that seems to be scattered amongst the remnants of ruins and tundras. Pieces have been found here and there, but some say it's dangerous. Some people think it's cursed, and well, I'm here to find out whether these rumors hold any weight. I'm a bit of an expert in the field of gems and the like, and well, if it's cursed, I'll probably get to the bottom of it. You seen any pieces lying around?
I haven't seen any myself, but I've heard of. You said it can be corrupting.
Perhaps.
And I've
That's what the
heard
rumors
of that
say.
before. What do you know, or what have you learned so far about this? If you don't mind my asking.
All right, I'm gonna roll for his history check, which is pretty damn good. Well, some say that it can drive the user insane. You say
That
just the mere
tracks.
presence of it can affect one's mind. You start to see things, shadows stretching and creeping, and then the noises, then the whispers. All manner of rumors surround this strange magical item, but others seem to keep it hush-hush, almost like they don't want to talk about it. Perhaps it's bringing up bad memories, but I'm certainly here to get to the bottom of it. I'm not deterred by any wives' tales and all that. Everything has an explanation, a magical one at least.
Your research is for a specific reason, or your interest is for a specific reason? What do you get out of learning about this?
Well, it's important for wizards such as myself of the Grand Library of Midra to document as many things of the magical nature as I can. It's sort of what we do, and we're funded by the actual king of Midra, so it's all
Wizards
within...
of Midra? That's you?
Well, yes. We're like officially sanctioned wizards here. And he actually pulls out a symbol that is of what's known as Midra's capital, and it's of the Grand Library. So I imagine that it's like an open book, and with a tower, like it's almost like a bookmark shaped in that of a tower sitting across the pages, and you recognize the tower as the main Grand Library's wizard tower within the capital. It sits. It also acts as like a palace for the king. So it's like a wizard tower plus palace in one. So they're the real deal. He's an official wizard, and he's obviously got express permission to come here and do official research.
Does he have any other noticeable symbols or iconography on him besides this?
He does not. If you look further, the only symbol you can see is that repeating one of an open book. But yes, my quest here, if you will, is to somehow discover how this happened. He says, "Can you keep a secret?"
I can keep many secrets.
Well, perfect then. Feast your eyes on this. And he pulls out a shard of this black crystal, but it isn't black anymore. It seems to be glowing this sort of radiant light. It's almost a golden shard, if anything. But yeah, it still sort of fills this room with this ambient warmth as well. What do you make of
Are you
this, then?
What do I make of that?
Yeah,
I do
you
like
can
an
give me an
arcana
arcana check.
check.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Okay, 16. So given your knowledge of the arcane, this does seem to be like the real deal. Perhaps it was once Chardolin, but definitely changed. It's almost like someone's reversed the polarity of this.
You've changed this. You've manipulated it
Uh,
somehow.
I wish I could take the credit, but unfortunately, no. This piece was found, actually not too far from here. That's why I've held up here, and I sort of set up shop in the Northlook, because this was the area in which this piece of Chardolin was found. Not too far. The person who found it was completely wary of it. They wanted to get it off their hands as quickly as they could, but they were still asking for quite a pretty penny. But in any case, it was shifted pretty quickly. It's hard to hide a piece like this for sure. So it quickly came to our attention, and I've been trying to replicate its elements ever since, but to no avail.
Any progress, at least?
No, all the other pieces broke. I had to dispose of them as well, unfortunately. But I tell you what, you look like you're the adventuring type. And I got to ask,
I
if
do.
you're going...
I do look adventurous, don't I?
Indeed. It's the finely trimmed mustache.
Yes.
Tell you what, if you can find
and
me some more pieces, I'd be willing to pay for your assistance in this research.
1,000 gold per piece?
Goodness. What are you trying to empty the vaults of the Grand Library? No, I'll
No.
let's
You
start
are
at
backed by the king, aren't you?
Indeed I am, but this is a smaller endeavor that they've tasked me with, and I'm only a one-man team. I did have a fellow researcher, a guide of sorts, but we've become separated, unfortunately.
Separated as in he's missing? Or separated as in he decided to leave and he's still alive?
Separated as in, they got tired of my constant nattering and possibly bored them to death with the recital of many schools of Arcana, but he says that it's also a fool's errand to go looking for this stuff. And like I said, all the stigma about it being dangerous and maddening, no one wants to deal with the stuff. But you look perhaps like you might be resistant to such evil curses. Maybe it's your construction, your wharf, some sort of war forge, perhaps. Could
You're
be wrong.
familiar. You're
Of
familiar
course.
with my type of build.
Indeed. Though it's quite rare to see you
You've
out
met
in the
others
northern
like
continent.
me? I wasn't aware there were others.
I've researched them. I've not seen one or met one, but you're definitely a work of magical marvel and engineering, may I say.
I am a marvel, yes. Tell me,
Well?
and I'm gonna whisper this very quietly. Come close. I need to ask you something.
Oh yes, of
Perhaps
course.
since you
Seems fair.
seem to have some knowledge, have you heard of a Dr. Eleanor Lysell?
Okay, I'm gonna roll another Arcana history check for him. Oh, natural 20. He says, yes, that I have. Us wizard types, we get to know one another. I hear she's
Yeah.
quite a competitive wizard. And in fact, she was doing research on Warforged as it happened, if I recall. Yes. Oh my goodness, are you one of hers? He seems to go wide-eyed and like stand up from his desk. You're the real deal, aren't you? I've heard of her, and I believe she's part of a bigger organization as well, but not one of the Grand Library. Perhaps you've heard of them? They're known as the Arcane Brotherhood. Sort of a wizard's guild, but they operate outside of the Grand Library. They're sort of a bit of an enigma, if I may say. Not much is known about them, but it's rumored that they're quite a powerhouse. I think they're political movers as well. But they all seem to work alone, or at least that's what I've heard. Do you do you know much more about them? Well, of course you do. You're one of Lysel's. Have you malfunctioned? Have you frozen? Hello? He knocks you on the head.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh.
The cold sometimes gets to me. No, I do know mostly just what you've told me. Trying to find more members, you should say.
Well. He thinks for a moment. I've been holed up in here for quite a while. But I do hear there are other researchers out and about. All sorts, from they're analyzing the environment to magical secrets and all sorts. But just how many of them there are in here, I'm not sure. But I have heard rumors of the Arcane Brotherhood making moves in Icewindale. But I doubt it's for the same reasons. Mine's very specific and focused in on Chardlin, but
I'm afraid I don't know anything about any moves being made. I didn't even know that they were political in nature. But
like
you've
I
been very
say,
helpful.
oh, by all means. So yes, if you do, we never agreed on a price, did we? I'll tell you what. Well, let's start off small. If you find even just the smallest shard of this, I'm willing to pay at least 25 gold. Does that sound agreeable?
Let's see how small the shard is, and then we can negotiate.
All right, that's fair. We'll say it's starting price of 25. But if you're lucky enough to find an even bigger piece, well then, we'll go up from there.
We'll go up from there. Now, what about these other
Excellent.
baubles and bits you have here?
Oh, other gemstones and the like. I'm sort of seeing if it reacts with any. But it's definitely got a sort of a radiant-like quality. These others are like cold gems, and this one here makes a loud bang if you drop it. But so yes, please keep a distance. He still starts going over all the little gems and bits and bobs, but they're mostly there seems as part of like experimentation by the looks.
Before I leave, as an experiment, could I touch the Chardlin piece just to see if I react to it at all? I'll keep it within your view. No funny business, but just a touch to know how I might react.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a persuasion check for that. But go ahead anyway. I haven't fully ironed out all the details of this thing yet. And knowing that you are a magical being, again, of great marvel that I may add, I don't know how it will react exactly, but I'll tell you what. Well, if you bring me a piece, I'll not only let you try it out, but I will actually research some ahead of time, some sort of experiment we can run together that may involve it. But I don't want to just go in blind and start touching and poking around with things. That's not the way of the arcane library. We'll research it. We'll do it the safe way. But yes, if you bring back some Charlatan, maybe I'll let you play around, so to speak.
Very well. Restraint is the order of the day.
Yes. And he does actually quickly put the piece away at this point again. He hides it from sight, and he places it inside like a little glass vial.
Smart.
Mm-hmm. So, I actually never even told you this.
Yeah, I was gonna say you never did tell me your name.
That's a good point. I had it, and I
How
disclosed it.
am I find you?
So, I'll get back to you on that. But let's quickly jump to Wealgeist, and I'll give you the name in a minute. I'm pretty sure I have it though. Wealgeist, as you're warming by the fire, is there anything you would like to do whilst you're inside the inn?
So Wealgeist is probably going to do what he's been doing anytime he's been in an inn so far, which is just sit there, listen, and listen out for like rumors and things that could be of use to the group or to him.
Absolutely. Yep. We have another rumor table that you can add a roll on. Let's have a look. 10 town rumors. All right.
Probably particularly listening out for any things that might relate to disappearances or things like that that might relate to the murderer. But
Disappearances. So, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to roll for it as you just asked specifically for disappearances. There is quite a hubbub around the inn. As I've mentioned, it's one of the busier ones, and there have been talk of disappearances, and people are saying, "Yeah, I heard of another disappearance, but this one wasn't anything unlike. It was unlike the others. Do you think that it's connected to the cold-hearted killer? Could it be them?" And what the other person says, "Well, how can it be? I heard that it was Auril themselves that came down from the sky and swept them up." And then another one laughs and says, "What? What, you think a god is kidnapping people? You must be insane." And then another one says, "No, it's true. I heard the rumor as well. They say a great white owl appeared out of the blizzards. It snatched them up, but not before turning them into frozen ice. I don't know what she's up to, but that goddess is cruel. Perhaps they did something to wrong her. Oh no. We're gonna need to double on the sacrifices to appease her? I thought we were already making those," another one protests. And there seems to be a back and forth about, again, how to best please this god of winter's wrath. And yeah, so that's your rumor.
Disappearances, but seemingly from like an owl-like creature descending from the skies to snatch people.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. They say there's some sort of magical spectacle that they weren't just like taken up, but like frozen solid in ice. And they seem incredibly far-fetched. Other people aren't buying it. Other people are saying, "You sure you're not been near any of that charlatan? You've been going mad. Well, perhaps the frost has frozen your brain solid. These all sound like tall tales to me. Why would a god get involved in mortal affairs? And they then turn the argument back at him, saying like, 2 years. I can point at 2 years worth of interference from a god. You just need to look out to the sky and can see her spell being cast every night. And it's at that point, probably looking out the window, you can start to see the aurora beginning to slightly twinkle on the horizon.
Interesting.
Okay. So let's head to we've gone full circle now, I guess. But Barry, you wanted to get something quick from
Yeah, I'm
Black Iron Blade?
looking to buy myself some broken snowshoe that
Okay.
I can fix up.
Yeah, little do you know that you've already got snowshoes on the way. But
I'm probably
this is
maybe I'll buy in bulk and fix them up and sell them on.
that's your thing. So
Yes.
it wouldn't slow you guys down. All right. And in that case, then, as you're heading towards Black Iron Blades, and you're not too far away from it, you can see the sign in the distance, and there are 3 other stout-looking figures, all huddled in heavy furs. You can't even really make out their faces because they've got goggles, and their hoods are like wrapped up so that they don't even have like their mouths showing to avoid any kind of frostbite. But it seems they're so heavily layered because they've been standing outside this shop for maybe a little while. One of them shuffling their feet, another one sort of seems restlessly stepping from one foot to another. And they spot you, Ashanti, and Bits heading towards them. And they immediately all, one of them like hits the other on the shoulder, points, and they all immediately start walking towards you. And as they approach, they actually are standing at about the same height as you are, and with probably the only thing showing it maybe be their like figure, their outline, their stout figure. You can probably tell these are all dwarves.
All right, chaps.
Greetings. How are you doing? The one female dwarf steps forward and addresses you first. Oh, we are. You look like capable adventurers, perhaps, judging by your weapons and armor.
She is, I think, but I'm just here for the ride.
We're in dire need of help. I'm afraid our supply sled has been attacked not too far north of Bryn Shander. We were coming right here. A delivery of ingots for the Black Iron Blades.
Just tell me how much you're willing to pay, and we'll go do it.
Right to the point. I
Exactly.
appreciate that. We haven't got time to dilly-dally. There's scavengers out there, and I can tell you before you jump in with both feet that this is a dangerous task we ask of you. We were attacked by none other than a giant yeti. Came out of the blizzard, claws like blades, tore down our friend Ubok. Didn't stand a chance. But we all escaped. We had to ditch the sled. We came back to Bryn Shander as quick as we could, but we're exhausted and we don't have the fight in us. We're just merchants.
All right. How far north would you say? And is it directly north or a bit to the left, bit to the right?
It's a straight shot over the tundra, and they do point in a direction. If you go now, our tracks will probably still be fresh.
How many hours by snowshoe?
One of them sort of scratches their head.
Because we don't want to be out there past midnight, obviously.
We were running at the time, so a couple of hours travel.
It's like what?
It's somewhere between Brinchander and Kelvin's Cairn. It's in the middle of the tundra, though.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. I can't imagine any scavengers will be going off to fight a yeti, so
Aye, let's hope so.
hopefully we'll go tonight. If not, tomorrow.
If you go now, then this is yours. And she pulls out a sealskin pouch and opens it. And inside you can see glittering red gemstones. And as you're a jeweler or a tinkerer, you can immediately appraise these as 6 bloodstones. And you can immediately tell they're probably worth about 50 gold pieces each. And she says, I'll offer... she looks kind of like judging it. It's just the two of you, right?
No, there's
And
another.
your dog, of course. Another 3 of you.
Yeah, another 3.
All right, a bloodstone each. If there's a big lot of you, I don't want to shortchange you.
All right. If we do end up dealing with the Yeti, do you want your friend's body back, or are you happy for them to be buried out in the ice?
I don't want to endanger you any more than what this task entails.
Oh yeah, I just mean
So I will simply ask if you do find their body and you've got time. Please, yes, bury them. But otherwise, I don't expect you to carry a bloodied body on the back of our sled. But that's even if there's anything left of the poor guy. And the other one sort of shaking his head, thinking that he's probably... In fact, he even says in a gruff tone, there'll be nothing left of him. Yetis are... they're vicious bastards. And as he's talking, you can see that his mask doesn't fully cover his full face. You can actually see he's actually lost his nose to frostbite. He doesn't seem to talk much, but
do Yetis eat bones? Or do they grind? Like, I'm speaking as a person. Do you think
you expect that they probably gnaw them down?
I was like, in my head, I was just imagining this Yeti turning it into broth soup. It's like, how smart are Yetis?
Right. You're not sure. You understand them as monstrosities that will... They don't really take things back to cook. They'll rip you limb from limb and devour your flesh in front of you if they have to. Yeah.
I want a Yeti in a chef's hat now.
And you hear the dwarf say, Korox is right. The Yeti's probably made off with the body if he wants a full meal. The other dwarf who's in the pie who hasn't said anything seems to be just glancing nervously up at the sky as though he's expecting something to swoop down, but he's not saying anything. Name's Haruna, by the way. We'll wait for you in the Black Iron Blades.
All right, no worries. I need to get some snowshoes anyway, so we're going. I'm not saying bye because we're in the same way.
Aye, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you'll need snowshoes where you're going anyway, so all's well. In fact, look, the other dwarf speaks up. He says, "You need snowshoes."
Yeah, these are kind of a lender from our guy.
Right. Come with me. He gestures over towards Black Iron Blades. He says, "We'll cover you. You're doing us a favor." if you promise us you can go, then the snowshoes are on me. And he starts taking off his gloves and pulling out a purse of monies. And you can see again he's actually lost 2 fingers to frostbite as well. And he heads up to the smithy, and he points at a pair of repaired snowshoes from the back. And he pays the gentleman some gold and hands them to you. And says, "There. Hope that is an incentive to get this quest done and done
yeah.
right."
All right. Cheers, buddy. How much
As a
did
follow,
those? How much did those cost? Because they're like.
he probably gives you like a dwarven like salute as he says that. But I don't know what that would look like. What does a dwarven salute look like, do you reckon?
No. No.
You're the dwarf from Dalduin. I'll tell you what, as he's a shield dwarf, he probably like slams the shield against
Yeah.
his chest like twice, which you would recognize as a shield dwarf salute from the Dwarven Valley of Icewindale. But
I will, in response, because I don't have a shield, slam the hammer down.
nice. Sorry. So yeah, as you was asking a question.
How much did that cost? Like, because I was gonna buy something.
You saw him pull out 15 gold pieces and pay for it. So you estimate that. Oh no, it's half price, isn't it? So he paid 10 gold. There you go.
But it was 10 gold for a brand new one.
Oh, was it? Sorry, 5 gold then. My bad. You paid 5 gold.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I can come here, buy some used ones, polish them up like they're brand new, sell them on.
You'd
Sorry,
have to do a better.
probably sell them on for like 8 gold because shops won't buy them for full price because they'll want to sell them on themselves.
Yeah, you'd have to do a better job than the Black Irons did. But
Of course I can. I was made for this.
he does actually mention as you're buying the snowshoes and says, you probably see like a human male in his late 50s roughly behind the smithy. He's not wearing as much fur as these guys because he's working the kiln. But he says, be a big help to the town if you do retrieve those iron ingots. It'll keep me in business too. So yeah, you'll have my thanks as well.
No worries. And when I'm not out looking to fix this problem, if you need anything fixing here, extra pair of hands for a bit of money. Just
You're looking for work?
always looking for means of fun.
Oh, there's always an endless supply of broken blades. They get brittle in the ice. They snap like twigs.
I'm more of the trinkets and easily items, stuff that you don't want to be working on. Work
I don't deal with that much delicate stuff, but the occasional piece of gear,
yeah,
grappling hook and
that sort of stuff. Yeah, you want to work on the pieces that you can sell for more.
Yeah, he gestures towards like broken ice picks and a pile of grappling hooks that need roping and repairing.
That's good.
I could always use a spare pair of hands. But like your dwarven friends over there said, sounds like that's the priority.
Yeah,
you can get back. You can get Hruna's shipment. Yeah, you'll be doing us all a favor.
Yeah. All right. And what was that name, Chris?
Hruna. Yeah, Hruna. Hruna. That's another quest for you.
Yep. I didn't
Anyone
get
else want a quest? I got more quests. But let's go full circle back to Hulla. Who are you catching up to the others now?
Well, I probably would be in the catching up to Barry and Ashanti right now.
Perfect.
At the Black Iron Blades, because with the conversation we had and the conversation that he just had, we'd be about the same time arriving.
So you just see this dwarf handing over a pair of repaired snowshoes to Barry, and then they're making that dwarven salute you spot.
Oh, well, I'll wait. I'll wait until they sort of separate, and then I'll go up to Barritomus. Oh. Well, I guess you don't need these. This is what I was fetching for you. Sorry, I wasn't sure if they'd be there. But you wanna? Well, we can keep them anyway. I guess as a spare pair.
Yeah. It's always worth selling
Yeah.
on.
What else do you need to get? Anything else?
Think that we would need. Do we need any of those goggles that those were wearing over there?
Ooh, I'd like some snow goggles.
What,
And
what
I
would
don't
you
have kind of short on cash. I was hoping that I might find some at the temple.
Are you going?
See if
You went to the temple?
I was hoping to. Do you want to come with? I mean, I don't even know if they have an altar to Hades, but apparently there's a temple of the Morning Lord, a house of the Morning Lord that has a whole complex of temples. And I was hoping to just pay my respects and see if they're
I mean, I'm more of a Moradin person myself, but I'm not really on good terms
oh,
as
I
of
mean,
a fair few years. But
do
yeah,
you want to come and try and make amends or whatever? I mean, it's okay if you don't. I no pressure. I know religion isn't everybody's thing.
well, no, it's more that he needs to make amends with me. But
Oh, really? Okay.
in my eyes, anyway.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, uh, should I pass on a message? I can
No,
pass on a
it's
message.
fine.
You
Is this
know,
where we,
not
is this where we're
knock
going to
over the
find
incense.
it? No, it's all right. Is this where we're going to be finding the fair? I feel like we're getting a bit off track.
We
Oh
are
yeah,
getting a bit off track. Yeah, we sort of forgot about that. I just got excited.
I'll tell you.
I can go
The
to the temple later. Yeah, it's fine.
You got excited to go speak to some shifty folk?
I thought I saw someone I knew. You know how it is when you're not really sure if it's someone that you know or if it's maybe there was some half works. You know how it is. You got
I
to
mean,
check. Might be
normally,
family.
normally you wave to them and then they either wave or don't wave back, and then you look embarrassed and walk away or go over to speak to them. But
Is that
okay,
how
sure,
you normally do it? That's
kinda.
well. Next time I know. Super exciting. Super good. Yep, you can help me. Next time I know. If I see someone I think that I know, I'll ask.
All right. Okay.
Uh, but
But
yeah, let's head back.
I mean, we can
See
go.
if we can find the Fae stuff.
Yeah. Is
so
it
you could
do with that
when
lantern?
you got to the warehouse, the lantern did dim out,
Okay.
and when you went back towards near the armory / inn, that's when it has lit up again.
Oh yeah, we should deal with these quick because we've been asked to go deal with a Yet who has stolen some gear.
Yeti.
Yeah.
Okay. We
Stolen
can
gear.
fight that.
Well, I say stolen. The Yeti attacked their
Aye.
shipment.
Torubok loom from limb. You hear Korok say.
Oh, I'm still stood next to these
Oh.
guys.
Well met. You see a bunch of stocky, well layered dwarves.
Oh, hi. Are you guys friends? Is that why you guys are talking? You know each
No,
other? Or you just
no,
met?
just met. They're gonna
Oh,
pay us
hi.
for the job. We're getting a lot of jobs recently, but it pays. So, yeah, if we do it today, we get some blood gems. Blood gems was it?
Okay.
Yep, bloodstones. Yeah, 50
Bloodstones.
gold pieces each.
So maybe
Okay.
we should speak to
Well,
the other guys
the,
for that.
the lantern can wait.
Can it?
You know, if we need to head out right away, you know, I
Yeah,
think the
but-
lantern can wait.
But what if we leave and come back and then the lantern doesn't light up because they've gone somewhere?
What if the Yeti goes away?
I think the Yeti is probably going to stay near its home.
Oh.
I don't think Yetis migrate. Do they? Can I do a nature check on that? Do Yetis migrate?
Go ahead, roll a nature check. Yeah.
I don't think Yetis
Migrate.
migrate.
Go ahead and roll.
I have a
No
minus 2 on that. A 12?
12.
Guidance.
It's a respectable 12.
See if we
If
can bump that up.
Up till
15.
now, Barritomus, you didn't even think Yetis were real. You thought that they were just a made-up thing. And that seems to be a popular opinion. But with a 15, maybe they are just native to Icewindale. But given the fact that other people have never seen them in their life, you gather that they probably don't migrate.
Yeah, I think the Yeti's gonna stay, but
Oh, okay.
I feel like
Well,
maybe
I mean, I would like to follow the lantern and see if we can find a chimichanga. Because I mean, imagine if I went to the temple and I had the information that they asked of me. That would be they'd be so happy to see me.
yeah. Chimichanga does sound.
Okay.
Let's go find the chimichanga. Are
Yay!
we killing them or
I think we're capturing it. Capturing it,
Oh.
how did you capture a
and
chimichanga?
I don't know. I don't know what it is or what it can do or
Maybe we'll find it in somewhere like where you can eat. Maybe we could order one from a menu.
I figure we just take it to the temple here and maybe someone will know what to do with it.
Oh.
You know, clerics all kind of do the same thing, right? They all understand and have books and stuff and talk to gods.
Do we keep it in a cage, or do we just stuff it in a bag?
I have a bag. I don't have a cage. Do you have a cage?
I don't know.
A cage? Ashanti seems to take offense to that. And so does Bits.
No,
Oh.
Let's
A leash? A leash, maybe?
You-
We
what
have
you
some
mean?
rope.
Bits seems to be unsure on the leash as well.
Like we wouldn't put like this is a fake creature. Apparently,
Yeah.
it's
So?
not. Yeah, no, I'm saying like they don't need. Dog doesn't need to be upset. We wouldn't put an animal in a cage. This is just.
We wouldn't put Bits in a cage.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Bits. Some of us apparently would eat Bits if he died, but
He tilts his head. She tilts her head.
I wouldn't, and I pat Bits.
Never say
Jaw-
never.
jaw
But I
drops and-
have no plans. No plans. And I give Bits a big thumbs up.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat a dog if it died.
Their tongue hangs out for a moment. And a snowflake lands on it.
To be fair, Bits, you would eat me too if I died first, wouldn't you?
They seem to suddenly be distracted and they're now catching snowflakes in their mouth.
Okay.
All right.
Let's
Lantern.
follow the lantern and see if we
Okay.
can I do another perception check round or
Yeah,
how
I
does that
think
work?
this calls for another perception check because you're trying to sort of triangulate it, right? You gather that it's not towards the warehouse, so you rule off going in that sort of
in that
south
direction.
and east. Yeah, exactly, right, in that
Yeah.
direction. So then you sort of head back and you're sort of circling around from street to street. It's going to take a couple hours, but it's up to you. You can, for another hour, I will say, begin to search from building to building. The dwarves are stumbling around nervously, probably watching you go back and forth. Like, so yes, you can go for another hour, but let's see what happens. Roll a perception check again.
Does it help that I'm aiding?
How would you be aiding?
I'll be
Because you've only got one lantern.
Yeah, but I'll be going around asking people, have they seen anything out of sorts? Have you heard
Okay.
any people that might?
Can we do a group perception check since there's 3 of us? Plus bits?
We'll do with just the one, as you've only got one lantern. But I'll tell you what, and you have Bits has no idea what a Chewinga smells like. If you had a lead on that, I would say yeah, you could use their keen senses. But as of right now, you don't really know. But Barritomus, I'll say if you are going from door to door and asking about strangeness, go ahead and give me a persuasion check, just to generally talk. And if this exceeds, I'll give Hulla advantage.
Plus, if this does succeed, that'll be great. But I'm going around asking people if they've seen anything weird. We're looking for something called a chimichanga.
Yeah, they look at you odd.
Oh, another 7.
A
We're
13.
awful at this.
13. It's
Guidance.
Guidance? Okay, sure.
Guidance.
Good. Well, that brings up to a 16.
That
Okay.
helps.
There is there's a few looks from some people, like they just shake their head and like shut the door almost on your face. And then another person's like, a chimney what now? No, I've not heard shit like that, but
It's a
you
fake.
sound
So it's probably sparkly and green, maybe.
you sound almost as insane as Elva, who's been raving about some sort of weird cutlery thief for the last week.
Oh,
Cutlery thief. Who's Elver?
Oh, this she runs. Oh, what's it called? It's this rundown tavern on the north side
is that near
of
here?
town.
Within like, what did you say, 300 feet?
300. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gelden Stag's Rest. Gelden Stag's Rest. That's the one.
All right.
It's that drafty looking inn on that side, and he points up. We'll ask for a Luskin woman, Elva.
Luskin?
Yeah, you know, Luskin.
What's a Luskin?
There's a Luskin's a city. Don't think about it too hard. Anyway, I'm freezing my balls off here, and he closes his door.
All right.
So yeah, go ahead and roll perception again, Hulla, and see if this can hone in on it.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh,
come
God.
on.
Come on.
They might have moved on. That's the thing. Tell you what, though, this is what happens. You come closer towards the inn, and you see the light. It flickers in and out, and it's almost as if it's like teetering on the edge of 300 feet. And if you stop, it seems to fully go out. And
Yeah.
you try to pick up the pace, and it lights up again. But by the time you got to the inn, the light has just fully faded out. However, you do see as you're approaching that you can hear like shouting over the wind. Let's have a look. Yes. Yeah, you can hear shouting coming from like this dusty looking inn. So I'm assuming you approach and enter.
Yeah. At the Gilden Stag's Rest.
Yeah. Okay. So you hear a stomping around of the floorboards upstairs, and there's no one to like greet you as you enter into the inn, and the
Hello?
shouting is yelling at the like almost yelling into the wind, and curse them things, curse them, another whole set gone, and you hear the stomping coming down the stairs, little tricksters. And she goes around. She starts shutting the windows nearby. There's a horrible chill that like flows through her home, and you can see knocked over cups and plates. And she spots you. Oh, goodness, you gave me a fright. Well, come in. Shut the door.
Hi, sorry. What are you chasing? What are you chasing?
The cutlery thieves! They struck again!
Like people thieves? Or mysterious
No.
ghosts?
Tiny people. I've only spotted them in the shadows, but I've seen them creeping. They're like borrowers. But they seem to get away without me. They're not living here, that's for sure. I've already lifted up several floorboards.
Is that
She
is that why this
sighs.
place is such a
A
embedded has been
mess?
embedded shape?
Shithole? Yes!
Uh
They're putting me out of business. How am I supposed to serve food if I haven't got any cutlery for them to eat it with?
question. Is all the cutlery iron or silver?
Oh,
Or is it wood or what?
I'd be so lucky. That's a good question, actually. Hold on 1 second. It'd be fucking a proper posh place if it was silver.
Yeah.
That much is certain. No, I'd imagine it's like a pewter or carved wood, but
Okay.
I can find out for certain. All I need
No,
to
I
do is...
just I'm more curious about if it's silver or iron. But I assume
That's
not.
alright,
It'll just be tin or wood.
No, she says some of them are metal, but not iron. You don't want a taste of iron on your mouth.
No. I mean, yeah. I've had some pretty poor quality cutlery.
So,
It's always a little bit. Ugh.
No, it's
Tasty.
pewter.
so they're not here now, right?
When do they come?
He says they already made off with their goods. They came in, I don't know, sometime when I was serving another guest. I was just cleaning up a room as well, and then I hear a little rattling.
Have
A
you got
rattling
any?
always gives it away.
Have you got any heavy pots or storage boxes or?
Sure, yeah. I've got empty drawers now.
Have you got any more cutlery that spare? Like not for us to take, but to stay in the building.
She looks around. Not really. They've made off with most of it.
But you say most of it, but you've got some. Right?
I have this. And she pulls out a frying pan. This is all I have left.
Oh, that's too big. I need like forks or knives or.
The
Serving
small ones
spoon
are the
or-
ones they taken.
You know what?
Those
It's fine. I don't use these. Can I borrow your storage boxes and any pots or heavy pots or pans?
You want to steal? This is all I've got left. You want to steal stuff from me as well?
No, I'm not going to steal it. It's going to stay here.
Oh.
I want to make a trap for them because clearly they keep coming back.
Is it
Right. It's
worth
all I've
anything
got.
to you
I'm
if we catch it?
My stuff is what's worth to me. Yes. And get my plates and cutlery back. Then I'll have
Maybe-
stuff.
Maybe a couple meals on the house?
Roll a persuasion check. She's already out of pocket from not being able to
Yeah.
have business.
Wow, now you roll.
But she does seem so
Free
frustrated that
lunch, yes, please.
she's in such a frustrated, desperate mood that yes, she does say, yes, I'll serve up a big meal for all of us. Can finally put the cutlery to good use.
Barry, do you have a plan? What
Yeah,
do you need?
I'm gonna make some traps. You know, like the classical cartoony traps where there's like boxes held up by pieces of wood and
Yeah, I know that's
Yeah.
fine.
yeah, and I'm just gonna. He doesn't have it. I'm gonna sacrifice the ones that would be in my wife's lunchbox that I've been using, and
You
put
got
them-
it.
I'm gonna make like 2 traps
Yep.
and put like a knife and a fork underneath.
Okay. Tell you what then. To make this little trap, I'm gonna say it's gonna be survival, and what this will do is this will set the DC for the trap.
Oh, survival.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So,
I'm not tinkering this.
oh,
Am I?
you can tinker actually. That's a good point. But I mean, traps is normally like traps and getting game is normally a survival thing. But You've got the Tinker's tools.
I have hunting traps too. Can I
Oh
can
god.
I contribute those?
You actually do.
You've got a hunting trap. Those things are heavy as shit.
not a bear trap, but like, oh yeah, I've got a bear trap.
Yeah, it's basically a.
I was thinking like those little rabbit
Yeah,
traps.
that's what
Oh,
I'm
Hulla,
making. That's what I'm
That's what
making
you
right now.
that's what you're making. Okay. All
Hulla
right.
pulls
I
out
don't
this
have any of those on hand.
this sawtooth steel ring. It looks like it weighs probably about 25 pounds. It's like, yeah, we could use this. And then like Bits like looks at it like worryingly, and Ashanti says, "Yeah, and probably kill it in the same trap."
Okay. Well, just trying to help. You know, just trying to help.
Okay,
You do your thing.
that's crazy.
So it's DC
Guidance.
12. Oh, yeah,
Oh.
you can go. Yeah, you can guidance this. You can totally do
Guidance.
it. You're
Yep.
helping out. All right. So
Trying to help.
it's like a DC 13 for this trap that you've set, and you're gonna hope that they do return sometime soon.
Oh my god, my
Um,
Tinkers goes off my intelligence. Does
Why
it?
wouldn't it? Yeah, why wouldn't it?
Does Tinker check off intelligence? That's my worst stat.
No, it depends on what you're doing. Right, like if you're using Tinker tools to make something really intricate and complicated, it would probably be intelligence.
Oh.
If you're using something delicate that requires a fine hand, steady hand, that'd be like Dex, right?
What's this then?
You're setting up a trap, pretty basic, as you've described at least. So, but to know where to place it, and I'd say like either Dex or yeah, definitely one of the two, either Dex or Intelligence. Wisdom, you say?
I was
Maybe.
thinking because it's kind of like a survival-y sort of thing.
That is in line with survival, sure. I'll let it be wisdom.
That'd be a +1 then instead of a -2, so it'd be 15 instead.
DC 15 you're working with, right?
Plus the guidance.
Oh,
so-
it's DC 16, alright. You really,
I was like, what? It's intelligence? That's my worst stat, but I'm a Tinker.
yeah, you can set the stat to be whatever, but
Oh my god.
as it is based on survival earlier, I'll say that it is wisdom. Because you got to have the wisdom to know where to place it and how it works.
Yeah, I would assume that it'd be to do with like how I would capture pests in my own woodshop.
Sure. So you've set up the trap, and what are you going to do in the meantime? Because they've just struck, and you hear the Elver say, "They're probably not going to come back anytime soon, you know?
Oh no, we'll be back tomorrow, I guess.
They're repeat offenders, but, well..."
So we have time to go visit your...
You sure this thing will work? And she like almost goes to poke it.
No, don't mess with it. It's very delicate. If you
It's
the whole point is if it does go for it,
all right.
the slightest knock will tip it over.
I mean, maybe it may work for rats and things, but I don't know if they're dumb enough to fall for this. But we'll see.
All right. We'll be back tomorrow, and fingers crossed I haven't lost my cutlery.
Do we have anything to bait the trap?
Yeah, he's put his own
You put it. Okay.
lunchbox in there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, not the lunchbox, the knife and fork out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That's what I was gonna do.
So it's his mess kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll even have my own
Okay.
stamp on it as well.
Cute. All right. In that case, then I'm going
Yeah.
to fast forward and say you head back, snap cut to the North Look where you're filling in 607 and Geist on the... What did you call the quest? Are we there yet? Quest. And so I'll say that you know all the information surrounding it. 607 and Geist. They've just finished outlining all the details, describing a Yeti attack.
You up for it? I mean, hopefully we just have to hit it, and it's not underwater or anything. So
As long as it's not fishing, I think we might be okay.
fishing was
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
Before we head out, do you need to go make peace with the Morning Lord? You said.
I can
No,
do that
why
when
would I need to do that?
I'll do that when I get back.
Oh.
Does anyone else want to come to the temple with me later once we get back from the Yeti thing? I think we should do the Yeti first before it leaves. But I'm gonna want to go to the temple before we leave anyway. Before we move on, I mean. Is that
We
cool?
still need. We also still need to investigate the serial killer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That is why we're here.
yeah.
Hard to
That's
do
kind of
that
the
without
reason we
any
came this way.
leads.
We don't
Ashanti
have
says.
anything.
Yeah.
We
Did
just have
anybody
a
meet
hunch.
anybody who might have known something about this or have a lead?
Didn't we find out that one of the people, like the name of one of the people that
Yes,
died in this town, so we could look for their family, I guess.
that's something you could do. Yeah.
That's true.
Well done
Um,
for remembering that.
But if we go,
If you scroll back up, you'll see their names in the chat.
yeah, if we go today to deal with the Yeti, get extra gems today.
That might help. Well, with all the other stuff, if we need to leave town again.
And they're not aware how much they're worth, but they're worth about 50 gold pieces.
I mean,
And we
that
and
would.
we get one.
We do need cash.
a Yeti is a dangerous creature, but I mean, providing you can get me close, I'm happy to take some shots.
Is it dangerous? Because this is the first I've heard of it, and
Well,
as far as I'm aware, it doesn't seem like a creature that'll move homes, but that's as much as I know.
As someone who is more native to this area, do I know anything about Yetis and their habits?
You've heard of Yeti attacks, and they always end in a tragedy. Vicious, brutal monsters that rip people limb from limb. Yeah, you've never heard of a story ending well with Yetis.
Yes.
So just like fishing.
Yeah.
From memory, I think, Hulla, I think you said you didn't want to face a polar bear. A Yeti's probably on about the same sort of danger, if not more so.
I
Oh,
don't want to
definitely
face a
more
polar
so.
bear. I just don't want to kill it if we don't have to. I mean, a polar bear. But if this guy's already attacked someone, then it's fair game, right? It's hunting. We can hunt.
Yetis, at least as far as the stories go, there was actually one of my tribe who passed their trials by killing a Yeti, where has his fur nailed to the walls of his tent.
So if one of your tribe could do that, then you could do that.
Well, there's more of us,
and there's more of us as well. Yes.
So
with the right preparation and the right scenario, we should be able to do it. But
well, I got some snowshoes now, so you can have yours back. Although I guess we still need to carry you. You're looking a bit, and it's gonna take 2 hours to get there and 2 hours to get back. So if it's 4 now, it'll be 8 when we get back.
Yeah, I think we could do it. Let's Geist, are you okay to head back out?
I
We can carry
mean,
you?
if you're willing, the danger is with how things are. It's going to get colder, and even with the gear we have,
if you want, you can stay here and see if you can find any rumors about or talk to the family of that guy who died.
if we're going to
Stay
go, we should probably all go. But what I'm saying is, if you go out in the cold as it is, we've already all suffered from it. If you go out in it now, unless you're lucky, you're probably not coming back.
I guess
it's going to be like falling in the lake times like 5 at least.
To be fair, they did say to go today to get the gems, but I did also say to them it might be tomorrow,
Mhm.
Do
but
you want to wait for first light?
but the stuff isn't likely to go missing because they were worried about scavengers. But why would scavengers want to go pick stuff yet?
True.
So I guess so long as we bring them their stuff back, we should still get the gems.
Okay.
Yes. We might lose out on a few, but I think in this case, as much as the money is important, it's better to err on
Well, they
the
said
side of caution so that we actually make it back.
I wonder if Yetis have blubber if we do happen to kill it.
Ooh, they have fur.
They
Bet
do
they have fur.
survive in the cold, so we could maybe make something warm out of them.
It's
Yes.
funny. I heard a story around Weep one time about a wizard who looked like a Yeti when he went up to the mountains. But he was actually just wearing some creatures' fur. It was quite amusing to hear. Some people have drawn pictures of him in Weep.
Hmm.
Do you think this is not a Yeti but a wizard?
No, that was just an interesting story around Weep.
Yes.
Oh,
I would
okay.
say my vote, if we were to take it to a vote, sleep tonight, get ready, and head out in the morning. Fully, that way we're all going to be at our best. We'll be a little less tired, and we won't have to potentially deal with the cold absolutely destroying us before we even get there. As much, at least.
He does make a point.
Do you want to nip to the church then?
I really, really do. I really, really do. I mean, yeah,
It's
and we can maybe ask around for the murderer thing and do that, and then in the morning do the Yeti. Boy,
That's
there's so much
probably
things to do.
that's probably a smart move. Also, whilst it might be just a tall tale, keep your eyes upwards at least a little bit. I've heard rumors that some owl-like creature is known to descend from the sky and freeze people, and then they disappear. How true that is, I don't know, but apparently there have been some disappearances, and that's the explanation.
Wait,
From
wait.
within the city?
How big are these owls?
I guess big enough to carry off someone.
Are people disappearing from within the city?
Yes, that's what I've heard, and some people have said it was due to an owl-like creature that froze them before taking them out.
what? What goes on in these?
Why do
Should we
people
just go?
live here? Why do people
Yeah,
live here? Honestly.
should we just go south and forget about everything here and let them figure it
Yes,
out?
please. Yeah, yeah. Let's go south. I don't need to be here.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe we'll
except that
sleep
I
tonight
promised
and
the
then
thing that I would find the chinging thing.
the who what?
Well, I promised the temple that I would find the chinging thing, but after that,
Oh, and then after that we go south
Yeah,
we can go south where it's warm.
where it's
yeah.
warm.
The
You can
chi-
live off the land,
I
and
mean,
there's
Is
you
that
don't die being outside.
is
Oh,
that?
that sounds so nice.
Yeah, but don't we need to go on like an adventure and
Do we?
do good? I don't know. It's kind of why I was brought here.
Does
You
it have
guys,
does it have to be here?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I can do good anywhere.
I guess that's true, but it's just weird that I was brought here. Maybe I was just meant to
I
meet up with
mean,
you guys and then go south.
I can't leave regardless. If you guys leave, I'll at least be staying.
Oh,
I've got things to carry out before I can return home.
You seem like you can carry things, so it's not too bad. Not at the moment, you're a bit, but when you're at full health, you seem like you can carry things,
Hmm.
so you should be fine. Is that it? You just need to
okay.
carry things from one place to another, or
Oh, no, I've just got a lot of things that I need to do. I'm essentially carrying out some trials for my people to basically prove that I am a true wolf rather than a dog. No offense, bits.
All right.
How? Okay, I'm not gonna ask how you prove that. That makes sense. Okay.
But
Listen, anyone want to come with me to the temple? I think it's actually, I'm not sure where it is.
Is it close by? I'll go with you.
You
Yeah.
can get
My
directions.
the owl.
I'll,
Okay.
if as long as you're not in any rush, I'll walk with you to the church. It would be interesting to see more of these people's religion.
Well,
Shanti says, "Well, then let's all go."
okay. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
let's get directions from the innkeeper or whatever.
Yep. Grinshanda is a busy town. It's pretty big, but it is not hard to find the main church. It's sort of central and opposite the town hall. So in the central plaza square here, we'll say that this one with the circular roof right here is the House of the Morning Lord.
Okay.
And let's have a look. Locations. Yep. On the northeast market square, you can see this modest converted house serves as a gathering place for worshippers of Amon Tor. Amon, damn, favoring gods. Amon-Tor, basically the god of the sun, is known as many different things. Helios, but also the Morning Lord. He is both the embodiment of the sun and good and light, and yeah, he's a righteous and benevolent god. So you know at least. He's also known to take both male and female forms. But yeah, in any case, you see that there is a retired human who welcomes you in, and he introduces himself.
I will.
Welcome. My name is Mishan. I run the shrine here and aspire to see the sun regain its rightful place in the sky over Icewindale. You come in grim times, but I'm hoping that the Morning Lord can offer you some comfort here.
I'll make the little bow that I made in the other temple, and say thank you for welcoming us. We hope to bring a little bit of peace to you. Well,
Not get many visitors. Are you from the south?
originally, yeah. I'm actually here on behalf of Danica Greysteel. Do you know her from
The
Bremen?
Church of Hades.
Church of Hades. They're also
Of
trying to
course.
figure out what's going on here. Bring back the light.
Is that so? Ah, well. Forgive me, I had not been in contact with her. I was not aware she was working towards this endeavor, but
Well,
may the god of dawn and rebirth guide you in this. You
may the
may know him as Lathander if you're from the south,
the thunder.
but
Oh.
here we call him Amunator, but the Morning Lord works just fine.
That's easier to
Pe-
say.
People confuse the two deities, and well, I won't get into all the politics, but I see. If you are from the Church of Hades, then you of course are welcome to stay here in the church. Are the rest of your companions on the same mission?
On the same mission, not not devotees of the church as such,
Ah,
but working for the same purpose. I think.
I
Well,
owe
they're
the
helping
church
me
a
out.
favor.
Yeah. Do we
I
even know
see.
what our purpose is?
I would offer more rooms, but I'm already renting out the attic to
Oh, no,
a
it's
fellow
okay.
gnome.
Well, we don't need rooms right now, but I was hoping. Is there someone who knows anything about the Fey realm around here?
Oh, just so happens that we have a gnome who is staying with us. He's the one renting out the attic.
Imagine that.
Yes,
Goodness,
well,
that's
he might
hmm.
begrudgingly help.
Wait, you say so happens? Are gnomes originally from the Fey realm?
Gnomes, they are always known to have a little fey quality about them.
Is that what
There's
makes
a
them possible?
there's a strange rumor that they say if they don't tinker, if they don't create, that they slowly fade away, pulled away from this world.
Didn't know that. Huh, you learn something new every day. Did
Yes.
could could we talk to them?
Of course,
Uh,
I will fetch him.
Thank
And
you. Wow.
yeah, you hear a couple of moments later, someone comes tiptoeing down the steps, and introduces you. Says this is Copper Knobberknocker, and these are the adventurers. I take it. Yep. What do they
Yes.
want?
We're looking for information on creatures of the Fae.
Faye. And you think a gnome is gonna know something about it? Did you put him up to this?
Well, that's what the priest lady said.
If
Stereotyping me. Great.
yeah, if
I
we
see.
Is it true though? I mean,
like if,
not to stereotype, but
like
you know.
if we put you in a room and kept you there for days on end, would you disappear?
Oh, and you're bringing up old tales as well. Goodness me. Yes, yes, and you know what else we could do? We can also curse you if you piss us off. That's right. My little fuzzy suit here has magical pixie dust that can shrink you.
Hey, listen, do that, and as a dwarf, my hammer could also curse you with a bonk on the head.
The
Guys,
little fuzzy suit he mentions is so wrapped up warm. It makes him kind of look like a teddy bear. But he's
Yeah.
like a pissed off teddy bear.
Geist
We're-
is going to tilt his head and go, and tribesmen from the wolf tribe know how to take out your heart and allow you to watch it while it stops beating.
Whoa, we got big threats here. Look,
just-
as
you
a little
did-
guy, I've always been on the receiving end of abuse. So you throw all your insults and threats you like.
I mean,
It doesn't make a difference to
you
me.
started it. We were just seeking information. We perhaps were put on the wrong track by the priestess, so you
Yeah, we
can't
were
blame us for that.
Yeah, we were misinformed. We were just wondering if it was true.
She's just getting back at me because I've been in a bit of a mood recently. That's all.
Yeah, clearly.
She says yes. You have. He says yes. You have been rather pessimistic. Yeah,
Well,
to say the least.
what's been causing
I'm-
your irritable mood?
I'm just worried about a friend. Is all.
Oh, another
Did-
quest.
Did they get taken by an owl?
That's right. Another fucking quest. And if you want it, then maybe you can help me out, and I can help you out. Then everyone wins, right?
Yes.
What happened to your friend?
He's conducting research at an old cabin in the wilderness. Name is Macretus. He's trying to, I don't know, find out what this Frostmaiden is all about. Eternal winter and all that. Says he wants to return summer to the Dale. Last I heard, he was tinkering away. Said he had the best device. He said it could end the rhyme, but I don't know. I didn't believe him. I guess maybe I should have. Maybe if I'd have gone out there and helped him, maybe he would have not suddenly stopped talking to me.
Whereabouts is this cabin?
The Black Cabin is is built by a ranger somewhere in the far north. It was built even before the foundings of Ten Towns. Became a lodge for people seeking refuge and sanctuary, but
Is
yeah.
is your friend a gnome, or are we looking for a different?
Oh, Macretus. Well, you could call him a gnome with the amount of tinkering he does.
Well, just how do we know that we've found him?
Yeah. What if we get there and there's an elf there?
I mean, and assuming that they're not in a shape that we can ask them questions. Yeah, and not to be indelicate.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. No, Macretus is a human, but like I say, he might as well be a gnome with the amount of devices he's made over the years.
Okay.
So at the far
You,
north,
huh.
it's not a lot to go on.
Near the
Do you have a
glacier.
map? Near the glacier.
Ooh, yeah.
Wait.
Okay. Well, do you have a map? I might be able to mark it somewhere, at least close
Do
by.
we have a map? I think we do. I think we got a map.
Near the Reghead Glacier?
Maybe have a little closer look at that thing. Take it to the map, because I'm a little unsure myself. Ah, yep. You're looking for this thing right here. He marks it with a little
Ooh,
stamp.
that's
Yeah, it's a far
that's
away.
pretty far.
Uh-huh. Otherwise, I would have made the journey myself. But one little gnome trudging through the snow is, yeah. It's not, you know how high that snow gets. I'd be buried before I reached
Yeah,
the
that's
Black Cabin.
Oh yeah, for sure.
that's none way to travel.
Ah. All right. No, but seriously, I'm worried about him. He's not normally this quiet. Like I said, up till now, he was bigging up this device. He couldn't stop talking about it, sending me sending me mail. But no,
What?
just suddenly nothing.
Did he
Oh.
say what the device was gonna do, or
Yeah,
no?
he was really ambitious. He's trying to end the rhyme, like the endless winter. He's trying to bring the sun back. And I asked the priestess if that was even something possible, and she started going on about, divine intervention and all that lot. But he's a man of science mostly. If you can give me a word, you're gonna go get a word of him, or at least check it out. Then I might know a thing or two about chewingas.
Well,
Chewingas. No, we're looking for chimichangas.
It's chewingas. I can assure you, it's chewingas.
it's if we end up heading north, we will certainly look in that way. Currently, it's actually interesting because us looking for these things is meant to help work out more about this winter, so it could be useful information to give to him.
Yeah. I don't expect you going straight there away, but like if you're heading in that direction, like if you're up by Kelvin's Cairn, for example, or you're in the Lonely Wood area, please, it could maybe make the difference to the whole of the Icewindale.
Where's Kelvin? In?
Kelvin Cairn is that mountain up here.
Why
Oh,
does that sound familiar?
I don't know. Bunch of there was an expedition up there recently.
Where the people went
Oh,
missing.
or was that Cair Konig?
Yeah.
It could
Something.
have been Cair Konig.
I'm sure Kelvin's Cairn has come up at least a couple of times in.
I think so.
Might.
Yeah, because
Oh,
I was looking for. I remember looking for it on the map, so it's
that
come up, but I don't remember when.
that's where that other group was going. The
The Axebeak Riders.
yeah, the Axpeak Riders.
Yeah, the people who had proper equipment.
They were looking for the
Their
wilderness
friend.
guys. Yeah, the wilderness
Arrow.
guys.
Yeah, Garrett, a guide who went up there.
Garrett.
I mean, there'd be no point for us there because that'd be taking someone else's job, and they're probably going to get there quicker. But
But I mean, we can't. We can't guarantee anything, right? I mean, who knows what's up there, and if we
Of course.
can even get there. But
But
so what
Yeah.
happens if we find his proof of his untimely end? No offense.
Just let me know. I just
So-
need a bit of closure, but also I want to know if his device worked or not. He wouldn't have given up on it. That's
Well-
for sure.
If his device worked, wouldn't it be sunny right now?
And that's why I'm worried, and that's why I'm pessimistic. Air quotes,
well,
because I have reason to be. He shouts back into
so
the
es-
church.
essentially, go check out this cabin, find news of your friend, good or bad, and return that information to you.
Please, pretty please.
Yeah. And you mentioned something about getting mail. Like, how does that work? Is there or is that no longer working as a thing, like mail?
Oh, yeah, not really. Not anymore. It used to use a device. It'd somehow send a message across. Here, hold on. And he pulls out a little stone. He used to talk to me through this thing. Yeah, he pulls out like a strange. It's like stone, but there's like metallic bolts into it as well, and there's like it looks like halfway between like a rock gnome tinkering device and an engineering device. It's like metal and stone fused.
So using this strange rock, he was able to communicate with you, but you've not heard anything.
Correct. Gone
Okay.
dead. Unless I broke the thing. He shakes it a moment or two.
Well, I assume that he must have a similar one, his end, or is it
Yeah,
a one-way thing?
No, there's a pair of them. He called them sending stones, I believe.
Okay, so if we find him, potentially, if he isn't in a condition, we might be able to use that to let you know rather than coming all the way back.
Hey, good idea. That'll do it. You talk to me through his end and let me know. And you know what? If you ever do find your way back down here, then you can even have this as a thanks. That's all I've really got to give you payment, I'm living out of an attic. I'm not exactly minted,
That
sorry.
seems fair. So tell us what you know about Chewingas, and I guess we will head that way at some point. It might not be in the near future, but I'll at least be heading that way at some point.
What's your friend's name again? Sorry,
Macretus,
McCreed.
I think, wasn't it? Did I say that right?
Yeah.
I said it
Agreed,
earlier.
you said, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. So Chewingas, what do you want to know?
What are they? What do they do? What do they look like? What do they eat? What are they
How best to go about catching one?
after? Why do they keep stealing cutlery?
Why do they do anything they do? They're very strange creatures. Why do the Fae do what they do? There's so many possibilities behind their methods, but I can probably guess that it's always just on a whim. That's what Fae are like. They're just whimsy. They're just flights of fancy. And Chewingas are no different, as small as they may be. They look like tiny little humanoids, but that's just a rumor. No one's really ever seen a Chewinga without clothes. Uh, they're like spirits, I suppose. They're very in tune with nature. They don't really no, they don't normally come to civilizations. They normally live far away in like rocks and rivers. But Chewingas in Icewindale, they seem to have found a curiosity in us all the things we do that we take for granted, like sitting at a table and eating a meal with knives and forks, said something about cutlery, they probably find that fascinating. Like, why on earth are we using little tools to eat our food? To them, that's just like bizarre.
So
would
they
they
would.
have- How would they have found the way here? Would something have sent them?
No, Chewingas don't really serve anyone but themselves. They, like I say, they're like spirits on the wind.
I
And
mean,
sometimes, speaking of, normally they carry a scent. Like the smell of sweet flowers or something like that.
That's an interesting point. This was with us when we were setting up traps. So that's
You might be able to, if you found a place where they raided, you might even be able to find tracks. Their spindly little legs probably left some marks in the snow.
Would they be smart enough to get by some traps that we set?
He stares at you blankly for a moment.
Like we,
What kind of traps?
like self-made hunting traps. We put some cutlery down.
Like to catch a rabbit?
That sort of thing, yeah.
I can't say I've ever seen someone do that, but
We use cutlery as a bait. So
he shrugs. They're pretty quick. I mean, really quick.
oh, do they
They
fly?
remind me of. They can't fly, no, but they, for their size, they can zoom about. Nowhere near as fast as a quickling, mind you, but I've heard that they can come and go as as quickly as they appear. I'm not sure
Like-
if a trap will catch him.
like the wind.
You might
I
get.
suppose.
Yeah, you might get lucky. He kind of shrugs. He doesn't really know much on your effectiveness of the trap. You
What-
might get lucky.
Do they
Well-
do they ever talk to people? Like, do they ever ask questions of people or interact?
Chewingas I've never heard a story about a Chewinga that talked. No, they prefer to move around unseen. They're painfully shy. If anything, they're more likely to avoid you. And they're hard to read as well because they don't really have faces. They wear these little masks, but so you can't really tell what expression they're giving off. I guess you'd have to go by what scent. Maybe maybe that's it. Maybe they use scent to sort of communicate.
Okay. So we couldn't like lure them out with something interesting to tinker with. Some
Lure them out.
curious.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
You could probably lure them out, as you said, they're curious. Get them curious about something, and they might even follow you.
mm-hmm. That's a good bet. Something that like animals don't do, but humans do, right? Some sort
Lots
of
those
weird.
things.
I know, like you got your pick of the bounty, really, but something that would fascinate a Chewinga. That would probably lure them out.
Hello, what if you were to use your prayers, religion, etc., to get them curious about your religion? You want them to go back to your church, right? So
Well, yeah.
So if you get them curious about that, maybe provide the necessary incentive somehow that way, then they might just want to go there naturally to find out more.
That's possible. But we don't want them just going to stealing a bunch of stuff at the temple. I mean, we sort of need to catch them, I guess. But maybe if we send them there on their own, that might be good enough. I don't know.
We wouldn't necessarily have to send them if we could perhaps convince them that going there with us might state their curiosity in some way. That way, we could prove that we're the ones who took them there, making sure that we, in terms of confirming how to communicate with them and stuff. I suppose that's on your priestess lady more than us. We just need to get the Chewinga there, regardless of how.
That's true.
Are we trying to capture them, or are we trying to like indoctrinate them into your religion?
Well,
I
we're
mean,
trying to
Yes.
send them back to what's her name, Danica. So I don't think she cares how.
so indoctrinating them into the religion could be a way for her to be get the information out of them, convince them it's part of the prayer service to give up that information.
Why is she curious about them? Does she want an army of them, or?
She said she thought that they were the key to helping fix whatever is unbalanced in this place.
Really?
I don't know why. Just that they can offer answers.
I can hazard a guess.
What if
Okay.
What if we need a Chewinga for his friend and we just stuff it into his friend's machine?
Maybe.
How are you talking about?
You know, your friend's making a device that can fix.
Yeah, it doesn't use spirits. It uses science and.
And science doesn't. Is there no science in?
So he's trying to do it without magic, basically.
Well, there might be magic involved. As far as you call it magic.
It's, well, I'm not really an expert on magic. It's basically something that people
can't.
It
basically magic?
If other people can't understand it, I suppose, but even hunting can be like that sometimes. It can seem like magic.
Well, Chewingas are magical. They've definitely got something about them that's extraordinary. They used to come from a tropical place, peninsula known as Chult. But I think when Ten Towns was first settled by Chultans, I think some of them followed them. Again, curious creatures. So maybe it's not out of the realm of possibility to get them to follow. After all, if they followed all the way from a jungle to here. Yeah. In any case, Chewingas are known to have some sort of magical charms about them. No one's really fully understood what they're capable of, but they've heard like blessings, natural blessings they can bestow upon people.
There may be some sort of blessing to help people deal with this winter.
That might be how people who were native to jungles survived out here.
All right. Well, maybe we'll manage to capture one with the traps we made, and if not, then we'll just use bit to sniff them out.
Yep.
What did you mean when you said that it would make sense if they were responsible for the winter?
Oh yeah, that.
Well, they're nature spirits. They're from the Fae, and the Fae is a very I don't know, naturally infused place. I know that Fae wild creatures, they exude like an emotion most of the times, and that emotion becomes a reality around them. So maybe they can impart some of that will into the Icewindale. I don't know. Maybe they think of a nice warm fire and it heats up and melts some snow. I don't know. That's my guess.
Okay.
Interesting. Right. Well, this has been helpful.
You're welcome. I hope you're helpful in turn.
Yes, and just in case we have bad news when we get there, would you like some cheese now as payment in advance?
I will not say no to cheese.
I'll hand him a hunk of cheese.
All right.
Because this is how Wealgeist makes friends. He gives people cheese.
The rock gnome happily devours it, and the pessimistic expression finally gives way to a warm smile.
What do you do you do, by the way?
There you go. He was like pouting the whole time, but now he's smiling.
What do you do for a job, by the way?
I live in an attic. No, I'm a bit of a tinkerer myself, hence why I was in contact with my friend, but nothing to the extreme that he does.
Uh,
No, he's way out of my league, whatever he's up to.
just watch yourself. Don't go telling people what you do for a living.
He raises his eyebrow.
Just
It,
in case. Like, if we want to collect on this reward, and watch out for people with knives.
try not to be alone outside is probably the best bet. It seems like those that have been targeted by the so-called cold-hearted killer have been people with a tradesman-like role.
Yeah,
That's about the only link we've known.
I was trying to be subtle about it, but yeah, that.
He turns back to the priest. You got anything for that? Maybe we can line the doors with salt. Does salt work? Ah, hell if I know.
Only on snails.
Can I say that in the church?
Slug.
That's correct. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm going back upstairs. He starts like working his way back up.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
salt would melt ice, I guess. So maybe.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Um,
so we've only got 6 more quests to pick up here before you have to go.
as we're leaving the temple, I'm gonna make sure that I'm the last one to leave, and I'm gonna make sure that the door is unlocked when I leave it.
Hmm.
I'll make
Okay.
a big show of saying goodbye to Mishon, and
Yeah,
and like say, don't
it's
worry, we got it. We'll let ourselves out. And thank you so much. You're very kind, and make a big show of it, and then
uh,
leave the door a little bit unlocked.
it is probably only like 5 p.m. right now.
Okay.
It is likely that he is gonna like double check the locks
Mm.
before he blows out all the candles and such. Uh,
Did offer you a room.
he did offer you a room, but he also the plan was those thugs, they did tell you to
Leave the
stay the
door open.
night.
Oh, did
Yeah,
they?
they did. They kind of they basically insinuated, right? You use your shelter of the
Mm.
faithless to acquire bedding and room, and when all the lights go out, then you you
Ah.
leave the door. Yeah, you like
Damn it! I thought I
leave the
could just
hatch.
leave the door open and sneak by that way. All right, fine.
No,
Then I'll.
not quite.
In that case, I
Because it's
changed my mind.
open.
Yeah.
It's like open to the public during these hours. They're probably closing up soon, right? But
Yeah.
then you imagine you would, in fact, you would know as a clergy that yeah, you'd blow out the candles, make sure that the doors are all locked and secured, and then head to bed after one more final prayer. But that
Okay.
wouldn't happen until like late at night.
Okay.
Um,
Then I guess I send the rest of the group on and tell them I'm going to spend the night praying for
you
good
got
luck
it.
tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I. Right. Enjoy your rest in the church, I guess. We'll head back to the inn unless there's anything else we
I
need to do.
No.
do you know if staying in a different person's house of worship protects you
Hmm?
from other higher deities?
I don't think so. I don't. I don't think Hades is not a jealous type of god. He doesn't mind if you talk
Like,
to other people as
yeah,
long as you remember what you're doing for him.
say the Morning Lord didn't want Hades reaching
Well,
anyone within their
I'm
house.
not. I mean, I'm not trying to convert anybody, or
Would the Morning Lord
they're pals. They're
would the Morning Lord be able to stop contact from you with Hades if his sword didn't want it?
I guess I don't know. I guess I have to stay the night and pray and see how things go. I don't know. I'm kind of new at this, to be honest. But
I think this
Hey,
conversation is perfectly key for an NPC to enter in. And there is, as you're talking about conflicting gods, you're not alone in this house of the Morning Lord. A tiefling approaches, and you see that she is completely bedecked in holy symbols. She has everything from Shantae to Tyr. It's like she has every base covered. And yeah, Morning Lord included. And as she comes into the light of the candles, you can see she's quite young, quite beautiful, but she seems quite reserved. And she says, "Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. The gods, not all of them are conflicting, and it's like your friend says, they don't mind if you talk to different gods. It's a one big pantheon."
But what about if there was deities outside the pantheon?
Most gods have all left. They, after the Sundering, they don't really interfere with humankind or civilized society anymore. They've got much. You know, what I'm saying is they've got much bigger things to worry about, rather than their followers talking to one another.
have you ever talked to a god before? For real, I mean.
Me, I'm hoping to. That's in fact why I came to Icewindale. My name is Faith. I've come all the way from Weep, and although this place is pretty harsh, I'm not going to turn back now.
Oh.
I did hear a calling. So, in a way, I haven't perhaps spoke to a god, but I have heard them.
So you have faith that one day you may speak to.
Yes, she smiles.
Huh.
But even though my god isn't necessarily one that's seen in a good light,
Your god
I'm
is.
hoping to perhaps find some answers here before I set out on my journey. And maybe the Morning Lord can illuminate some answers for me. And she seems a little bit like grimacing at the fact that she's talking about her god. It's like she's clearly dancing around who it is.
What's your god? And why do you have so many symbols?
I have a great faith in many gods. I was always hoping that one day one would answer my prayers, but
Wait,
I was called to a different one I was not expecting.
is that truly being faithful if you're hedging your bet?
Not
It's
at
being
all.
open. Part of being faith is faithful
Exactly.
is leaving your heart open to see what calls you. Yeah, I get that.
So which
Precisely. I'm just trying to be open-minded, especially now since my god is the one that called me is Auril.
Oh, the
Oh.
sacrificing god.
Oh.
That makes my stomach turn. I'd rather not discuss those aspects of her. And
Does
besides,
she
I'm not sure if that's the zealotry or paranoia of the people that are causing the sacrifices,
Oh.
or
did
whether
she
she
tell you
truly
what
deemed
she
him.
wants? Did she tell you what she wants? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I heard a calling. I feel as though she's in pain.
in
And
pain.
although she didn't call out for me specifically, I feel like I'm the only one who understands that pain. I've lived a rough life. I've grew up on the streets, an orphan. My bed was a warm pile of garbage. As if I was lucky. All my life I've been alone. Well, except my sister. She stops and shakes her head. She took a different path than me, but the only place I found solace was in the temples. Many of them would take me in as an orphan child, and at least for one night. So I quickly learned which temples were more accommodating. I worked out a rotation, and she gestures to each, like, symbol on her in tow. I wouldn't get chased away too often if I stayed only one night. I suppose it's natural I learned about the gods. I was fascinated. Several times I offered to become like a permanent acolyte, but I didn't quite take the leap of faith then. I sort of ran away from my responsibilities. Instead, I sort of just collected tokens of them all, thinking that somehow that would be enough. I always dreamed of the day that might come when I could find the god that was like right for me, you know? Devote myself to their service, but I never had the courage.
Do I see the dwarven symbol though? The Moradin symbol?
Moradin, yeah, absolutely, there's a hammer. She seems to be paused and like her eyes seem to be far away. When I finally heard a call, it wasn't what I hoped for.
And how do you serve the
Mm,
one who cursed the land?
She looks at you with piercing eyes. Well, I will admit I didn't exactly know. Perhaps that's why I'm here. Find out. I first heard her voice in the dead of a freezing winter night. I heard her again, whether I wanted to or not. Auriel, goddess of winter's cruelty. It was a voice. It was her voice, I'm sure of it. She is the one who calls me here to the north. She seems to sort of be lost in this. I don't know what she wants. I don't know why she's in pain, but I feel her loneliness, her isolation. It reminds me of my life. Perhaps that's why I'm hearing her, because I connect in that way.
I'm sorry to hear your life has been hard. And I'm sorry to hear that your god is in pain. But it doesn't give her the right to curse everyone else. I mean, if that's what she's doing, I don't know what she's doing. Nobody does. That's what we're trying to figure it out. But
You're trying to figure it out as well?
does she need help? Is that why? Is all this just what do you call it? A cry for help?
Maybe. There could be a thread of truth to that. And if that is the case, I want to pull that thread and unwind this whole mess that maybe she's got herself into. I'm here to learn, and I'm all alone at the moment. But if you say you're here to find out as well. I wouldn't mind, well, if you would allow me to sort of tag along and maybe we can figure it out together. I'll promise not to get in the way. I see there's already a lot of you, but I can. I know how to tend wounds. I can bandage an injury.
But and I mean this in the most respectful way possible. You know we're trying to stop her, whatever she's doing, or stop what she's doing. So we might not be on the same path.
She bows her head solemnly for a moment. I understand. But they say it's darkest before the dawn.
Been dark for
I
a
know
long time here.
I know she's not good. But she is necessary. She's the suffering that winter brings. And we all have our winters. I feel like I've lived my whole life in winter. Maybe that's why she chose me.
Um. What do you guys think? Geist? Barry? 607? Do you...
Can I ask a question, Faith?
Of course.
Have you ever fought a Yeti before?
I am afraid I haven't, but if you
Then I don't know
guys...
if you're useful.
Hmm.
We do have a couple other things to do, it's true.
Have you ever killed a serial killer?
I've bumped into some rough types on the streets before. I know how to get myself out of danger.
Have you ever killed anybody?
Killed? I can't say that I have. I have seen death, though. I've witnessed terrible things.
Well, that's good enough, I guess.
I won't be, what's the word? Shook if it comes to some nasty gore.
I mean, I guess the positive of those answers is that you've never killed anybody, you're not likely to kill us. That's fine,
What
man.
about... Do you have cold weather gear?
Oh,
I know
yes.
it's a kind of a more practical question, but...
I came with a caravan, in fact. One of the, yes, I came with a caravan and, all the way from Weep, but it didn't end well. Let's say that.
Oh,
No,
from Weeper?
they overcharged me, and I have no gold to my name left, unfortunately.
Harry just like pinched his nose, like, oh, from Weep. Why didn't you just portal here?
Portal? There's no teleportation circles, is what I'm aware of in Icewindale.
Yeah,
Wait. Oh, she seems lost on on the in joke that all of you guys know about.
anywho,
Well,
yeah. Church?
Perhaps this is all a bit too soon. You sound like you're dealing with a lot on your hands already, what with serial killers and Yeti attacks, but if you do intend to help the state of things here and figure out why Auril is doing what she is doing, then please, I insist that I aid you in your endeavor.
Are you good with a weapon?
I can defend myself, yes. I've learned a
Have you ever
few...
killed an Have you ever killed an owl?
An owl? An owl,
Mhm.
you say?
An owl.
I saw a
Big
vision of an owl. A big owl.
How- A big owl.
You've
Big
been
enough
you're
to
talking
carry-
of the rumors, aren't you? The disappearances. I've heard of them.
That's-
You know who the one they are describing, don't you?
No, I don't.
No.
That is Oriel.
Oh,
That is the god of winter herself, taking the form.
Wait, Oral's an owl?
She can take many forms.
oh.
Oriel is a powerful deity.
Did we take on a job to kill the god? A
Well,
demigod? or a
it
real
wasn't
god?
necessarily to kill. It was just a rumor that people have disappeared and supposedly due to an owl-like creature.
Perhaps
We
others are
didn't
not as well
come
learned
see-
on Oriel. Perhaps they just fear her more than anything, but I've done my research and I can tell you that a horned owl is one of her many forms.
Biff,
Yes.
in terms of what you can do, I have a box cutter here. Do you think you could turn it into ice? To strengthen it?
She looks at it for a moment. No, I'm not sure I could.
Or do you think you could
My
make...
powers are more in healing.
Oh, okay. Just one. Can I insight that?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Basically, I'm subtly questioning as if like maybe she could make a knife of ice.
Maybe
Sure,
she's
go
the
ahead.
killer.
Just some random person comes up to us.
Okay.
11.
11. She's quite shy with her demeanor, but she doesn't seem to be expressing a powerful presence in magically, at least. She looks like a simple acolyte, no more experienced than perhaps Hulla, but if she is hiding something, she's doing it incredibly well. But you're not really 100% sure. The only things of note are the loads of trinkets of different faiths.
She's a murderer killer. No.
Okay.
No. I
Okay.
didn't
Oh.
say that.
Oh,
But-
that was okay to killing her, not okay to bringing her along. This complete stranger who has approached us out of nowhere.
I'll still be here if you are heading back anytime soon after the Yeti
So-
attack. Or you could take me along with a sort of a test.
Well, as a test, you're a healer and you follow the god of winter, right?
Yes.
Goddess of winter. Do you know
That's right.
how to heal frostbite or hypothermia?
I have
That-
only recently arrived in Icewindale, and I have heard of such ailments. I'm certain that over time, I might be able to find a way to resist the cold. Certainly, yes.
Yeah.
But
Just,
I am still learning. I am still inexperienced in this cold, unforgiving land.
that's fair enough. I just thought I'd ask as he kind of just holds up his hand, which is probably slightly blue at the moment still. Yeah. I had a bad experience out on the lake due to the harsh winds and still recovering.
I mean, as a tip, that's if you're looking to make friends, that's probably a useful thing to learn how to fix. Seems to come up a lot. Frostbite.
Yeah. Also, as another tip, don't go out on a boat onto the lake unless you're really prepared for the cold.
Oh. I wasn't aware of many lakes here.
Yes,
I have to say, I've only just arrived in Bryn Shander.
Yes, there's Mare Duelden, which is also home to some giant, monstrous creature that can eat a knucklehead trout in one gulp. Not just a
He-
rumor, we've seen it.
She seems not as like perturbed or shocked as you might expect. But she seems to just nod with a concerned look.
Hey, but listen. According to that newspaper we saw, we know what that is. We could give that news to someone in Targos. Print that. And mail it.
True.
Yeah, we'd have to go back to Targos though. They'd have to let us in.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
probably get in it.
And they're probably not going to let me, Ashanti, or Hulla in unless we can disguise ourselves more effectively than what we are.
You're having trouble with the guard? I was the
Ye-
same. Tiefling often get a bad rep, but I have a sort of a way with calming people down.
Well,
I don't like to use it often, but I can sway my way out of a trouble as well.
Oh.
So perhaps if you want to get into Targos, I might be able to have the guards see you in a better light.
Hmm.
You can cast light?
That could be useful
No,
if what
it's
we do
cool.
need to go back to Targos.
It's called calm emotions.
not much good against a Yeti, but well,
But it might
after.
help against those guards.
Hmm.
Alright.
If you're heading back to Targos, I would be willing to help you. I ask nothing in return.
What
No, we'll certainly keep you in mind if we head that way.
what do you want then? Just to find Oro?
Find them, learn what it is that is ailing her, and why she has cast this poor continent in an everlasting winter. There must be reasons. And
Is the reason
most
probably because
importantly,
she's the god of winter?
perhaps, but a winter is necessary. It's a change, but it's not everlasting. Winter should come and go. And perhaps she's stuck in that state because emotionally she's in some sort of pain? I wouldn't know, but I'm really only theorizing. Perhaps we're being punished. Perhaps there needs to be some sort of redemption that the people of Ten Towns need to atone for.
Well, I hope. I don't know if I hope that that's the answer or not, because if they are being punished, she hasn't told them what for, and that's not very good for anybody, really. But I know what you mean about winter gets a bad rap, but it's necessary as long as it makes way for spring.
Indeed.
And you have to have winter and summer both, but they have to be in balance. And
It's like
that's
life and death.
just like life and death. You need to make one makes way for the other, but you can't have too much of one. Otherwise everything gets upset.
I have a feeling you
I
understand this.
I know what it
I'm,
means to serve an unpopular god.
she sees your religious symbol. It says, God of Hades is greatly misunderstood as well, isn't he?
By many people, yes.
Perhaps that's what Aurel is. Just misunderstood.
If she's misunderstood, she's not making it easy on us to come to grips with what she wants. I mean, she's kind of doing it to herself, I think. If that's
Isolation
if she
is definitely self-inflicted.
is she angry? You said she's hurt and lonely. And this isn't the way to make friends, but is she? Do you know the source of the pain?
That is what I'm here to find out.
Mm,
One step at a time.
I suppose. Okay.
It'll mean I need to travel far and wide, I'm sure. I can't stay in this town, huddled in the warmth, to figure out what the god of winter's pain is. That's why I urged if I may come with you, but I understand if you must deal with your current pressing matters.
Maybe when we go to Targos, we could go together. If, will you be here at the temple?
Yes, I will await you. If you head back to Targos, then you may find me here in the Church of the Morning Lord. I overheard you're saying you're staying the night?
I am. Yeah, I need to, I guess, center myself and do some prayer, and they've offered me a place for the night. My friends are going back, but well,
Do you think maybe they'd let me stay?
They said that they've already got. Mishan said, yeah, it's already got like almost all fully booked. What with the gnome, Faith, and now Hulla staying. It's
you can stay in my
you.
room if you want. Can we share
You
a
lack
room?
you lack the background feature. I mean,
Oh.
y-
That's, yeah. I'll
no,
go.
I
you
guess
you
like
do already have room and board at the Northlook anyway, because they said they put it on your tab.
well,
Right.
why
Right.
don't you?
I'll
Do you
I'll
want to
go.
come by in the morning?
Yeah, we'll come
N-
pick you.
All right.
No, I'll come. I'll come and get you. I'll come and get you. It's fine. I just, if you wanted to spend more time at the temple, even if you can't stay overnight, I'm sure they'd welcome you in just to reflect and commune and whatever else you need
Yes.
to do.
Mishan speaks up and says, "Yes, all are welcome during the day, but it is getting a bit late now. It's probably pushing on like 7 p.m. right now. I'm afraid I must close the church to the general public, at least.
Yeah.
Hmm. We all head back then.
Hey, good
May the
night.
morning, may the morning Lord, warm your beds and shine a new light on come the dawn, a light of hope." And he closes the door in your faces. No, not that bad, but still, you are allowed entry again in the morning. But for now, everyone heads back
Yep.
to the Northlook. Said Hulla.
As we're heading back, considering
Yep.
thieves' cant has been mentioned, yeah, I'm just going to be looking out for signs of thieves' cant on like the wall. You know, where there might be like carvings to suggest like this is a place to
Yeah.
go if you're a thief, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thieves' Cant does incorporate a few symbols like little triangles and arrows and skulls, and usually you've seen like a hand, like holding a curse of a purse of coin means there's like a fence nearby.
Yeah.
An arrow with like a box in the middle of the arrow can mean like there's a stash here or something, or a small arrow pointing down means there might be like a dagger underneath a grate. And you can give me a investigation or a perception check to see what kind of symbols you
We'll
spot.
go for perception.
Okay.
I see nothing.
Nothing on this street, perhaps, but I'm just going to say that that's between the Church of Morning Lord and the
Yeah.
Northlook, that kind of forest there. Yeah, nothing by the church, thankfully. No weird underhanded dealings near the religious type, so they're at least respecting that. But you'll keep your eye out on it. Maybe next street, Ishirai, we can roll again. For
Yeah.
now, everyone, you can have a long rest, and we're going to cut to a quick break as well. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
But you can all complete a long rest.
Yay!
Missed.
That-
Yay.
I'm now only on 2 exhaustion. But we will be right back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. 1.
And welcome back. We're all rested and back and ready to get back into the icy tundra. So we all awaken. Everyone is doing their morning routine. You're looking over the glue that's still drying from previous night. Barritomus. Every tooth that you put into that skull took forever, but yeah, you don't want to move it just yet. You might have to stay here another night and wait for it to finish drying, just so you don't have to move it. But in the other room, 607. What are you up to this morning?
Yeah, since I only need 6 hours rest, not a full 8 for my long rest, I'm gonna do that early. I'm gonna leave if everybody else is doing stuff. I'm gonna do my rest early on my own, and then when it's early before everybody else has gotten up, I'm gonna get up and do a little bit of scouting the town on my own.
Okay.
I
And
want
what are you
to
scouting for?
a couple things. I want to see if there's any early morning activity of people, just to keep an eye on them. I want to specifically make my way over to the wall that is around the city for a bit and see sort of if there's any gaps or if I can take a look at what the situation is there in case they don't let us back in and we need to sort of sneak our way through if there's any holes in the security.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And just keep an eye out for black glass shards and things since I have no idea where to find this stuff.
Yeah, I think you'd have been pointed that stuff is mostly out in the wilderness and that people are afraid of it, so they're unlikely to take it back into a town, let alone even touch the stuff. Okay. As for the defenses around town, I can tell you Bryn Shander is one of the well-fortified towns. They've got it on lock. There are guards on the gantries already, even as you wake up in the early hours of the morning. They're out there with torches and lanterns patrolling the outside. And so as for like weaknesses, I suppose the only thing you could do is try to figure out a patrol, like the timings or the switching of the guard. So I guess if you want to go that route, I'll let you roll either a perception or this could be intelligence based as well. You could even use investigation, but one of those two to sort of figure out the gap in the guards, and yeah, we'll see what you get. Nope, like I described, pretty good. They're well defended, and you imagine the guards number high enough that there's no like long period of time where there isn't a guard up on the gantry.
Okay.
So that's pretty defensible. Sorry, and then going back to your first thing you're looking for, what was that again?
Just early morning activity when everybody's supposed to be asleep and who's around, who's doing what kind of people are around, that type of thing.
Yeah. Okay. There is a nervousness in the town. You can sort of feel it in the air. People are rarely seen outdoors in Icewindale. Like I said before, they're usually going from one building to the next. But there appears to be more of a congregation around the town hall this morning than there were before. And you even hear some sobbing in the market square as well.
I'll make my way around there and just stay on the perimeter and just sort of try to stay in the shadows as much as possible.
Okay. Overhearing some of the conversations, then you hear a woman shouting like, why do we have to sacrifice people? It's not even humane. The other towns, they sacrifice warmth. Can't we just do that? Rip down some of the buildings. Half of them are abandoned anyway. Why do we have to lose people's lives? And it's that seems to be the main cause concern. And the guards are trying to keep people in line, and you can see the sheriff is present. The one you spotted from earlier, Sheriff Markham Southwell. Here he is. Show portrait. Show players.
Oh yeah.
And he seems to be keeping people in line, saying, "Calm down. The chances you get drawn from the lottery are incredibly slim. Everyone, this is the only way we can maintain fairness as well. As for food, we can't sacrifice that. There are too many mouths to feed. And warmth is a luxury we cannot sacrifice. The nearest woods is hours and hours trek away. Maybe if we were surrounded by a lonely wood, that was a possibility. But I'm not going to start burning down people's properties. We don't even know if they're alive or dead. They might have just hunkered down in a neighboring town. This is guaranteed to appease." And he almost pauses. He doesn't even want to say her name. He just sort of says, "Winter. Winter's wrath." It's like almost as if he's afraid of saying her name. As to almost invoke it. And he says, "Every name is entered into the lottery. In fact, I've got business to attend to. Rounding up newcomers." And you see, like, steps down from the pedestal. I want to say it's like a stage, but it almost feels more like a gallows with what's going to be taking place here later on. And someone shouts like, when are we drawing?" He says, "This evening, 6 p.m. the lottery will be drawn. One name." And that's it. With that, he doesn't answer any more questions. "No more questions," he like shouts. And the sobbing kind of continues. I think this is probably a woman who may have lost someone in the previous draw, you would assume, because she seems completely inconsolable.
So I'll just listen. I'll listen to that quietly and take it all in before heading back to the inn.
Yep.
And then once I'm back in, I need to have some time because I didn't adjust or refix my innards. And I need to just make sure everything's nice and tightly secured for today.
You got it. Yeah. Keeping it secure. Yeah. There's a strangeness. It's almost as if there's a slight change in color. Not much, but like just a faint change in color that you notice. Maybe it's the morning light. Maybe there's a chill in the air, but for some reason it is a slightly lighter color than normal. But
it's concerning.
Like it's brighter for some reason, yeah. But you affix your chest plate again and make sure it's secured. Okay.
And then I will.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, everyone. I'm gonna group you back up to get this ball rolling. You swing by the church, meet up with Hulla, greeting Faith again, who wishes you luck on the Yeti quest. But I guess here is one more chance if you did want to bring her. If you have a change of heart, you can. Otherwise, she's more than happy to just meet up with you when you head to Targos.
I don't mind if join.
Yeah,
It's
I
up
mean,
to you.
she's welcome to. It might be a good. I'll say this to the rest of the group when Faith isn't there.
Yep.
I don't know that I trust her, but it might be a good test to see how she does.
I mean, we've only met each other for a few days.
Well,
Do we really trust each other? What's one more person that we don't really trust?
If she comes along, she's your responsibility. I will not be looking after her.
If worse comes to worse, as harsh as it might be, and he pauses, it's one person that could potentially be used as bait without it affecting the group as a whole.
now that seems a little bit harsh, but maybe we can learn more about Oral.
That is probably the best reason to bring them.
Okay. I do still. I think she knows more than she even knows. Maybe. Does that uh, yeah, okay. Hey Faith. Do you wanna? Oh,
Oh, the Swinger.
Winger just rolled something.
And he rolled
Uh,
low as well.
Yes.
Do you want to come with us to see the Yeti?
See
I
the
mean,
Yeti.
well,
Well, I am aware there's Yeti out there, but I'm ready for the dangers. I understand that there are perils out there,
might
but I'm
be
not going to shy away.
okay.
If you wish me to come along, I will aid in whatever way I can. Like I said, I'm capable of patching people up.
We might need that. I mean, I can do that too a little bit, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, a little bit here as well. All right then. Thank you, by the way, for letting me join.
I'm not sure why you want to, but sure. I mean, I guess we can't stop you. Or we could, but we're not going to. Anyway,
Right.
let's everybody gather your cold weather
Let's say no
gear.
more.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, everyone gathers up, gets ready to go out, and it's at that point.
Mm-mm.
17. Yeah.
No!
They didn't spot the trap,
Uh,
but okay. This is what happens.
2 traps, though, to be fair.
Yeah,
Very
that's
nice.
true. But I'm gonna just say there's one rule for this. Ashanti is gonna hear the ruckus, and probably went in to check them out. Like, she's up early in the morning. Bits is always, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the morning, so he's up and about. And I'm gonna say that Ashanti goes out to check on the trap, make sure they didn't spring in the night, and she's there at the scene of the crime when the Chewinga narrowly escapes, and it's at that Bits takes off and catches a scent of the creature, and Ashanti is able to control Bits with a command, but seizing the opportunity and to not let this thing get away, she is actually going to give chase, and I'm going to say that Ashanti is out at the moment, chasing down a rogue Chewinga. Like, she's in hot pursuit, basically. Or
nice.
cold, I guess. And so for the rest of you, looks like you're traveling off alone.
Oh, no, but that's our barbarian.
That's our.
I know.
I know. We needed our fighter.
That's like the worst person to leave.
Well, you got some other adventurers with you, at least, to replace them for now.
To replace a barbarian against
I
a
was-
Yeti?
Yeah, I
What?
was kind of counting on the barbarian to help us
Well,
out.
hence why I don't want to be responsible if Ashante suddenly dies to it.
We're not
But
gonna
look,
God.
you've got another healer in the pie, okay?
All right. Wow. This is not a good trade.
we're not gonna fight a Yeti in 10 minutes. 10 to 40 minutes, are we?
Well, we'll see. Let's get at least on the road and travel. Because I
Fuck.
know
Alright.
your plan is to go there and head back. You're not continuing
Yeah.
on in
No.
the blizzard.
Another
Okay.
quick question.
Yeah.
How am I
She might
getting
catch
there?
up.
Because it was Hulla
point.
and Ashanti who carried me
Yeah.
last time.
Oof.
They were supposed to carry guys, and then drop him when we were gonna fight the. Yeah.
Faith will help lift the
Okay.
yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
the purposes of story, I guess.
She's gonna have to lift you.
guess-
Now,
I guess
the
this is how that
dwarves
works.
did say that they left a sled behind, right? So
So
they
we
might
can
actually be
potentially
able to.
sled back.
Exactly.
Okay.
So getting there might just be a trick. Okay.
This is suddenly a horrible idea.
This is a much worse idea than it was 5 minutes ago.
Well, Ashanti can potentially catch up
Yeah. If it comes to it, we run out of time. Then yeah, sure.
because we're probably moving slower than what he
Mhm.
would be.
True.
But in the what's the word? In the aspect of time, we're going to speed things along for you. They've already told you which way to go. Unfortunately, over the course of the night, the weather has got a bit worse for wear. Like, it's hard to tell when it is just constantly snowing, but at the very least, you can't see the dwarves' tracks anymore. They have been shored up.
Yep.
So I will need someone to head the trail. Give me a survival check to make sure you're bearing the right direction,
But
and to just weather the storm of the endless winter.
isn't that also normally Ashanti?
One of you, another one of you.
I have a +4 survival.
I
do you?
also have a +4, so
Okay,
I can
There
be
you go.
sort
you
of
better roll.
yeah,
I've been
I'll
rolling
just
like
sort of be
garbage.
looking from. I think this
Mhm.
will be my second roll of the night.
Okay, go for it.
So, let's
15 is a success. Yep. Using the Brinshanda as like a marker, you can actually head directly northwest from where you are. So you head out the north gate, so you know you're definitely heading in the right direction, and then you just adjust your bearing slightly so that, judging by the map, you are going in a beeline towards not Kelvin's Cairn. What was it they said it was between? Oh. The other town that they came from. However, it is a chilly morning, but it's not blisteringly cold as it was Kelvin's Cairn. No, it wasn't. Was it Kelvin's Cairn? Yeah, it was Kelvin's Cairn. Anyway, it's cold in the morning. I need everyone to roll me a frost saving throw. It's only DC 10.
Okay, then.
Very, very basic.
I'm just setting up this.
And I will allow, if 607 wants to continue using prestidigitation, yep, you can give 3 people +2.
So myself, Geist, and Hulla and Barritomus have.
Oh, what I have
used already.
+10
You do.
because I have for learning, so I'm
Guys,
Basically,
have +10.
yeah, basically you guys don't need to roll because you're getting +10. It's basically an auto success, thankfully. Only when it drops really below 20 degrees, it's when it starts to get dicey.
thank goodness.
I think everyone else is also pretty good this morning. Wrapped up warm. Yeah, you're fine, 6 or 7. And I better roll
Finally.
for Faith. Faith is also wearing cold weather clothing.
Oh, I guess I'll give Faith the other thing because she
Okay.
maybe doesn't have the.
He does appreciate that. Thank you. Shall I call you 607?
607.
07. Apologies. All right. It's a cold, chilly morning, but everyone is well prepared, and you push on through the cold. Now, it gets colder and colder with each passing hour, and you've probably been traveling about 2 hours now. You believe you're still heading in the right direction. The dwarves gave you a good heading, and you've got a map So you're just going from point to point. In fact, where is the map real quick? You can actually draw quite a good line from this. Yeah, you're here.
And we're like going to like here-ish.
That's right. Yeah, I think it was Caer Connig, that's where they said they were going. Yeah, because I measured this earlier. So it's about 6 miles in the snow.
Straight north.
Which... No, let's get there, Caer Connig.
Northeast.
Mhm.
You said northwest.
Hold on.
You said
I
straight
did
north.
say that. Yeah, you're right. I have mixed up the directions. I'm still learning the 10 towns here, guys. All right.
Fine.
But I have checked the table, and it said that it was
Yeah.
12.5 hours to Caer Connig.
Hmm.
So half that, it's like 6 hours,
Yeah, straight north.
which makes sense. It's an hour, a mile an hour in. Yeah, no, you're heading this way. It's like
Yeah.
west.
Yeah, straight
I mean
north.
east.
Straight north.
No, you're straight north. I'm gonna send a Yeti straight north up your. Anyway, so for the next 2 hours, I'm gonna need another survival check. This time, just to make sure you're on the same heading, because there is a whiteout
Oh,
of
survival
snow
check.
that picks up and becomes incredibly hard to see even in front of you, and it gets worse and worse. And your tracks behind you are almost immediately like covered up
Okay.
by just snowfall. So you can't even check behind you to walk to make sure you're walking in a straight line. The only hope that you've got is that you're remaining in a straight line as you're walking in single file. And yeah, give me another survival check.
You want me to roll it again?
Yeah, I think you better.
You're up in the front.
Anyone got a guidance?
I can guidance that. Do. Let's come on.
Only an
Oof.
11.
11, you say? Okay. Wilderness. Survival. Veering off
realizing-
course.
I'm
Yep.
gonna switch up. I'm gonna give Barry the extra 2 for prestidigitation instead of Geist because Geist already has the super cold weather stuff.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I thought it was the other way around. Yeah.
That's fine.
Wish it was.
Okay. You have failed, and you begin to veer off. Not that you would know this, unfortunately. The worst part about getting lost is you don't realize until it's almost too late. The other issue is this blizzard begins to pick up worse and worse, to the point where you feel like you might want to find some shelter, otherwise this cold is going to start settling in. But you're in the middle of the tundra, and there is unlikely to be any caves. Well, maybe a Yeti, isn't it? Maybe a Yeti has a cave somewhere, but that'd be a bit of an unfortunate one if you stumble upon their cave. With veering off course and the blizzard, I'm going to ask everyone to repeat another frost saving throw. And this time, with it being a blizzard, we're going to drop it. We're going to increase it to DC 15.
Oh, fuck.
Oof, 16.
Oh, no.
So
That's
the con save.
plus 5.
That's
Oh,
well,
Lord.
Fucking figures.
Just barely. Wealgeist is actually okay. Fortunate, because he's one who's in the worst state at the moment. And I need faith. Yeah, let's do faith as well.
didn't fail it.
He
Last.
also has. She also has something that might help, actually. So let me just roll hers first, and then we'll see how that goes. Okay. She passes with her cold weather clothing, and she sees you 607. She's probably been tailing you as she's asking about your name and who you are, and sees you kind of stumbling in the snow, and the blizzard is knocking you and veering you off course occasionally. And she reaches out a hand in front of her to cast resistance on you.
6 or 7
and
pass.
you can add a D4 to
Oh.
this.
6 or 7 pass.
Oh, did you? I thought you failed by 1.
No, I failed.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you?
That's what I
failed.
thought.
I rolled.
Just
What's
barely.
the DC isn't 10?
It's
It's
15.
15, but you get
15? Oh,
when
I'm
you get
still gonna fail then.
when you get +5, and then your prestidigitation gives you +2.
Yeah, I did that already.
Oh,
I
you've
have
already
it
added it on. All right.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
added
yeah.
that in the calculation.
Okay.
So, but she sees you stumbling for a moment, and she knows reaching out, she can perhaps just aid you in this, just barely. And thank goodness too, she does have the resistance cantrip. She's maybe only a basic acolyte, but she notices when you need help, and so she reaches out, casts resistance, and you feel this this kind of fiery warmth surround you for a moment and buffet the winds for just a brief second. And it's enough that you're able to steady your footing instead of face planting straight into the snow. And it's as you steady yourself, you feel a hand then reach out onto your shoulder. You can hear her shouting over the blizzard, like, "Are you okay? I got your back."
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will have your back now as well.
Are
You
we
are
lost?
number. We
She
are.
shouts.
Well, it's windy. Who's leading us? It's
I
windy.
can't
Me.
see. I think Wealgeist is up in the front.
I think we're lost. Are we lost?
The
We're
blizzard howls over your voice, but you can barely hear them, just shouting something.
Stick with me, Faith. At least we'll be lost together.
Okay. And she huddles up closer. Okay, Wealgeist, as this momentary doubt seeps into the party, you can give me another survival check to see if you can maybe get back on course before it's too late. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god, I'm actually relieved myself, because you get lost out here,
yeah.
it's the worst. Despite the blizzard roaring over the sounds of your allies, it perhaps that momentary pause gave you a chance to actually observe your surroundings. You haven't looked up in about 40 minutes because the snow was just, the wind was like slashing across your face in frozen blades. Now, checking your heading, there is this vicious blizzard causing a complete whiteout. But how is it that you're able to get back on course? How do you know you're off course in a blizzard? That is the question. But I'm going to ask that to you. I'm going to offload that to your creativity.
I think it's kind of difficult. I honestly can't think of how maybe there's a gap in the snow, and I'd imagine that the Kelvin cairn might be quite a distinctive landmark, even at a distance. So possibly I spot that and use that as a sort of landmark to steer us slightly.
Perfect. The silhouette of Kelvin Cairn, even against the blizzard, would be this dark mound in the distance, and you realize it's slightly veered off towards the right, meaning you've headed actually towards Tourmaline more than you have Kelvin's Cairn. But now, correcting your course, you can get straight back on it, and I'm going to say within the next hour. Yeah, let's get to it. So, your visibility is reduced to 20 feet in a blizzard, okay? So you're understanding. And it only got worse. You're just about able to see Kelvin Cairn before it vanishes from view as the blowing snow and howling wind fully engulfs you. And it is seemingly going to last quite a while, but you've opted to press on, I assume.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's going to take us just as long to get back, so...
All right. In that case, trudging through the snow. It is crunching under every foot. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's some crunch. The distance, you can see some sort of mound. It's like a frozen snow-covered ridge out here. And it might even be shelter from the storm. It's definitely not a cave by any stretch. But at the very least, it's like a roof over your heads. And yeah, you can just see that in front of you.
Let's go there.
Okay. Closer and closer you trudge through the snow before finally arriving at the gully in front of the snow-covered ridge. And there's something up ahead, something dark against the snow. It's covered in snow itself, but you're getting closer and closer. You can make out a man-made shape.
Can I get
It
out
is.
my
I'm gonna-
lantern?
Oh,
I'm gonna
sorry.
throw one of my dancing lights out towards it and send it that direction.
Okay, you cast dancing lights, and then Hulla.
I wanted to see if my lantern is glowing, if it's a fey creature.
No, it is not. As the light flies forward, you all freeze in your tracks. As you see, the light is hovering over a dismembered corpse directly in front of the sled. There is gory bits covering the snow. And as you get closer, you see this body is but a headless torso. And several severed limbs are visible as well. Let me take you to the map. Oh crap, I clicked the wrong button. I might need to refresh 1 second. But there is a sled, and on the sled there is a big pile of iron ingots, all stacked up neatly. Nothing... Oh wait, no, there isn't a sled. Apologies. No.
Oh,
You're assuming there should be a sled. They described to you a sled of iron ingots. It should be right here, but instead there is just the corpse. They're just near the gully. And let's take you to the map now. So what do you do when you see this corpse?
I'm gonna fire a firebolt at the corpse just to make sure it's properly dead.
Oh god, okay. The firebolt strikes the body and it doesn't like fly off or like limply ragdoll like you would expect a body to. It hits and it's like hitting a rock. This body is frozen solid overnight. In any case, there's no reaction from the body. Just a small bit of smoke where the furs catch light.
Can we, this is pretty maybe distasteful, but can we take the furs off?
You
Can
can,
we-
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit
We'll-
gory.
we'll-
The stitching is
no.
ripped on the armpit, where the arms have literally been ripped from the torso.
Okay. We'll bring it back as proof of life, proof of
Yeah.
mission accomplished sort of thing.
The lower half of the furs are completely shredded, and you can see as you take the entire thing off. Well, it's probably frozen stuck there, but you can see this humanoid dwarf was completely disemboweled, and there is no sign of the poor dwarf's head anywhere.
Okay. Are there any necklaces or rings or like identifying marks? Anything that we can verify the identity?
There is the symbol of the shield dwarves that they had before, I believe.
Perfect.
Yeah, shield dwarves have a symbol, I'm sure. Yeah, it'd be like a Muradin, like hammer, effectively. Or it might be
Okay.
a shield with a hammer on it. But in any case, yeah, there's a very clear sign that this was the dwarf.
Yeah.
Judging by just stature of the torso, you can tell. As you're moving around near the body, all of you can notice there are tracks. The main ones that are very obvious are two long, straight tracks that stretch away from the body. And they're going away from you guys as if back to Caer Konig, right? Kelvin Cairn, sorry. Not towards Bryn Shander.
Do we
Yeah.
do we think that this is the does it look like something that's been dragged, or some like is it a pair of footprints?
Looks like the
It-
sledge, I would guess.
Yes. But
Oh, right.
the weird thing is, all of your tracks are being covered pretty rapidly, and it's been a whole. You decided to stay the night in Bryn Shander.
These
there
tracks
shouldn't be
should have
any
been
tracks.
covered,
Yeah.
which means someone's potentially come here and claimed the loot.
And not only that, as you're following a bit further from that, only like 20 feet beyond that, you can actually see fresh tracks. Small. Perhaps no bigger than like Barry's footfall. And you can all roll a survival check to determine what these tracks belong to. These are fresh, no doubt.
Yeah, no.
Oh. Nope. Okay.
Oh.
I mean that does track.
Yeah, that
Yep.
does. We are
Yeah.
useless. We are so in the wrong area.
Yeah, it doesn't track
Okay.
at all.
I can also let Faith have a pop at it. What? She's calling over the blizzard.
Oh.
What are these? They look small. I can't tell
Dwarves?
though. Maybe. She shouts.
Ice dwarves? Is that a thing?
They're wearing little shoes, little snowshoes.
Yeah, where's
And
it?
I don't know. She calls and looks around. The only sign of the Yeti is the gory body that's been ripped to shreds. There doesn't seem to be any big tracks.
Do we want to follow the tracks? Get our loot back?
That seems to
loot
be
back?
the best way if we want our loot, and if it's heading in a direction we can at least we if they're taking a sled, unless they've got something pulling it like that's fast, we should be able to catch up.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay.
That's okay. All right. So you begin to follow the two grooves in the snow, and again, still only with 20-foot vision in front of you. It's difficult to tell what exactly you're walking into here.
Can I suggest that we get some rope between us to link up?
Not a bad shout, but
Just so that we don't lose each other?
but probably make it some sort of quick release knot in case we need to split suddenly.
Yeah. Just so that we know where everybody is. And like even just a rope between the first and the last person with handholds, that like they do in those little school groups.
I mean, this was supposed to be a 2-hour journey there and back.
Yeah.
I don't know about 2 hours. More like
It was 2 hours each way. You said.
Yeah, 2
at
hours.
worst 6. Yeah, at worst 6 hours there, 6 hours back. At best, something between like 2 or 3 hours there, 2 or 3 hours back.
Yeah.
Like they said,
Over
it
the
was
odds.
roughly halfway between. Okay. So yeah,
Check.
you can tie yourselves together.
Caer Konig, one of the places to check. Or
It's one of the castles we were gonna check for.
Yeah.
Garrett, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
But we don't want to.
Okay.
If Shanti does follow and catch up, we probably want to leave some sort of marker to let them know which way we were going, because these tracks won't probably be here.
I hope she'll be smart enough to stay where she is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We're not looking for Garrett. We're looking for who are.
What?
Warwar is Cora's
Cora's. Oh yeah.
son and only child who's missing.
Right.
Care Dineval or Care.
Yeah.
Are you cutting up a bit, by the way, Jamie?
Oh, am I? Sorry.
Just a little.
They're in Care Dineval or Care Conic.
Yeah.
Warwar.
That's the one. I know who you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah. Just in case Ashanti does come this way, considering this is the location, I'm going to take out the whistling arrow that was fired at me previously from the town, and I'm going to basically just sort of wedge it in the gap in like the frozen person, so that, you know, because they probably have like spots in the ice where it would be, so it's just pointing in the direction we went. It's not completely obvious, but hopefully she's smart enough to work that out.
Got it. All right. So you're all tied up together, staying within probably about the rope's like 50 foot, so you've got quite a bit of slack you can use.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bump up the density in this blizzard. Let's go. Okay, cool. I'm gonna drag you to the map now. Finally.
No.
The grooves in the snow finally lead you to another what did I call it before? A ridge, and you can see that the grooves are heading in that direction, straight towards that ridge. There are two pairs of tracks either side of this groove. You can see them now much more visibly. And, well, let's drag your tokens on. You've got dark vision. That shouldn't be able to help you. You should only be able to see like 20 feet in front of you. So I'm going to have to check vision in a second. In fact, yeah, let me do that real quick. Hard to simulate that. You've got 60-foot dark vision. Okay. I'm going to reduce it down to 20 real quick. That's better. Okay. That's better. Ashanti, not here. Fortunately for Wealgeist, it's like you got nothing almost. I will give you 20 for vision. Just so. Because it's not like dark, it's dim light right now.
Yeah.
So you are having trouble seeing still.
Am I supposed to be seeing something aside from 10 towns?
Yeah, I'm just dragging you onto the map now. I just wanted to make sure your vision was at 20 rather than massive amounts, so you can see what's going on. All right. Okay, let's take you to... All right. So marching on further into the blizzard, the two grooves up ahead, you're following them tightly. And like I said, there's two tracks either side, as if something's towing it from the front, and they're pulling it from the either side with ropes or whatever. So you should be able to move your...
Is that straight line the top of the map?
Let's have a look. Yes, it is, yeah. You are heading down. So you've just entered onto this map.
What line are we taking in terms of these grooves? Is it like down this way? Or...
You should be able to see them, but they're just barely.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, we're going...
Oh, yeah. I see.
We're going this way.
Mm-hmm.
This way.
Okay. The creatures you're following, you can see them up ahead. They are also heavily dressed in cold weather clothing. They've both got their hoods pulled up. So it's difficult to make out what they are, but you can clearly tell two of them, quite short, probably no taller than Barry, are pulling with all their might. They're like leaning fully forward, like using their whole body weight to heave this large sled, and that definitely has the iron ingots stacked in a big mountain. There's other packages on there as well. Look like big cloths, so they're like strung with rope over the top. But these two small humanoid creatures are heaving this thing forward.
How far ahead of us are they?
They're about. Well, you should only be able to see them from 20 feet, so I'm going to drag you over so that you're within 20 feet
Yeah,
of them.
I'll be behind Hulla.
No.
I'll
I'm
be in
gonna
the
be
They're
on the
about-
back, though.
Yeah, go ahead and position yourselves, and
Okay.
then
Oh.
Sorry, Hulla, but you're the you're the frontliner.
Hulla, you're catching up to them. Like right, Hulla would be about 20 feet from them. Yeah, which is correct. So yes,
Right there.
I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to put there. You'd be knocking into them, but
Oh, sorry.
I'm just going to pop you right there for the moment. So you catch up. You're like parallel with the sled at this point, and you can't even hear your own footfalls over the sound of this howling blizzard. So it's very unlikely that whoever's dragging this can't actually tell you're behind them. And
Okay.
yeah, there's a few more of them up ahead. You can see they're actually running towards you, and they're heading towards the guys with the sled by the looks.
Okay.
So it looks like they're assisting. So yeah, it's like there's like several of them, like as if they're meeting up with these two to help out.
Okay.
What do you guys do?
Unless someone else has a genius idea, I'm going to cut the ropes between the people pulling it and the sled. To just cut them off.
Okay.
Yep.
If anyone could protest, you wouldn't be able to hear them. What do you cut the rope with?
I've got a longsword now. Oh no, I don't have
Oh,
a
yeah.
longsword.
No, you
I
haven't.
have
That's
a, I
talking a
have, a,
hand
I have,
axe.
I have a hand axe still. Yeah.
Perfect. I'll do the job. Chop. The ropes come loose, and the sled heaves to a halt. And the two humanoids in the front, like I've said, they're pushing their full weight into it. Immediately collapse face first into the snow, prone. Like just eat a fistful of snow into their face.
Okay, and I grab the front of the sled and pull it around towards myself. And
Okay.
start heaving in the other direction as if like, nope.
Just taking
Mine
it.
now. Just taking it.
Okay, give me a strength athletics check. You can't like drag this by yourself, but you may as well be able to turn it with your strength. So just give me
Okay.
that athletics check, because you're about to
Come
realize just
on.
freaking how heavy this thing is. This thing
Mm.
weighs a ton. Like
12.
a normal sled weighs what, like 300 pounds.
Mm.
Add the iron ingots on top of that. That's another 600 pounds of weight. Yeah, these short little stocky things. They probably needed all the help they can get, but you're not able to move this alone. Other
Okay.
people can see you though trying this. Your other party members. What does Barry do? You're the next closest.
I guess I would aid.
Yeah, you can roll again then, Hulla, as you're beginning to turn it.
Okay. Come on.
6 or 7's lighting up the place. You should be able to place them like on the map.
17.
That's better. You turn the sled around to face the
Thank you,
correct
Barry.
way.
I just go roaring.
I hand him one of the ropes and say, "Okay, well that's one job done."
What's next with the people?
There are 6 of them now. 6 figures. 2 of them are helping. The other 2 are in the snow, out of it. 6 or 7. Where did you place those? Because you should. Did it not
I
give you
don't know how to.
permission?
It did not pull up anything to place them. It just did
It
a little
didn't?
animation.
Okay, one sec. You have permission of the dancing light spell, so I don't know why it's not. That's so bizarre.
Oh, what?
What if I drag one out? Can you move this? Yeah, you can.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna drag out 4 and let you do it as you will. Okay. All right. So Yeah, you've turned it round. I'm guessing the others begin to catch up. Where's Faith? There she is. She's right behind you.
And can I cast a spell?
Yep.
And anticipating what's going to happen, I want to cast Shield of Faith on myself and Barry.
Ooh.
So we get a +2 AC.
I, in turn, then would like to help just in case they do get aggressive. Closest one, I want to point out one of their weaknesses to
Okay.
Hulla and give them advantage on their attack against that target.
Thank you.
My,
Okay.
abi- my ability.
That's going to be more of an in combat thing at that point.
Because she did Shield of Faith, so I was just like.
Shield of Faith. Yeah, you can probably cast that. They, in fact, let's at this point call for initiative because they're casting a spell. Up till now, lights are not really an aggressive thing, but I would say like suddenly casting a spell and seeing like it's definitely a combat like spell. We're gonna get these onto initiative and see how this goes properly now.
Fair enough.
Should have called it for it earlier, but as soon as you cut the ropes, I should have called for it. But I kind of let that fly because they were unsure what really was going on at the time. So much blizzard is blocking their vision as well, so they couldn't actually tell who was who.
Okay.
All right. So what the situation is, you've got two creatures who have just been picked up out of the snow. There's another two helping them out of the snow. And then the other two seem to have they've in this commotion, whilst you've been chopping the ropes, there's they've climbed up onto the ridge itself. And so they are up there as well. And once they finally turn around and come face to face with you, you see beneath their hood, you see pointed little features, pointy nose and ears, and shivering little faces with bone tooth necklaces and sharp, gnarly teeth as all the goblins turn to face you guys.
Goblins.
I love
Uh-huh.
goblins.
Oh no.
Two up on the ridge there, and they are lit up. Thank you to your dancing light spell. You can see even the two on the top of the ridge there. And I'm gonna call Barry. You need to roll initiative.
Okay.
It's finally time to get a fight going.
Our first
Okay.
fight.
Yep,
Yay.
finally.
Oh, I have
Okay.
a -1 because I'm exhausted.
Yes, you do.
Oh no.
Okay, Faith is actually up first. She's got vision. Thank you, Dancing Lights. Okay. She ducks behind the sled that you've kind of turned, right? And she's gonna use that as cover, as you hear crossbow bolts being loaded, and you hear them shouting it's probably goblin for attack. But he's gonna duck down behind here. You know what, Barry? With your suggestion of aiding, she will do the same, and she's gonna help you aim at a nearby goblin.
Me?
Yeah, why not you? She places her hands into the snow, and you feel small tremors through the ground. And the one goblin that's just got off the ground suddenly stumbles and loses his footing as the tremors around him suddenly burst up with snow around him. But he doesn't seem to be hurt by it, just sort of caught off guard. And so you can attack this goblin with advantage right here. The one at the front.
But I was going to give someone else advantage on my attack.
Well, no, the choice is yours to do whatever. Oh, I don't know why we went all the way down. Sorry. Geist, you're up next.
Okay, Geist, considering it seems like we're going for the violent approach, is going to pull out his short bow. I want to sharpshooter this. No, my thing's as low as they are at the moment. It's gonna fire.
Mm-hmm. Which one are you?
This one.
Do you target one? Okay, perfect. Oh
Should've.
boy. That's a hit.
And
And describe to me how you instantly snipe one of the goblins out.
basically, he just sort of takes a deep breath, just sort of pulls the bow back, and just fires straight through one of their eyes.
As he falls down into the snow, you see his crossbow bolt that fires off as a reflex fly out and over the snow behind you as he lands face down in the dirt, or perhaps falls into the dirt. Okay.
And
Good
then
shot.
he will, because I guess he's just gonna also hide as much as he can behind the,
Yeah.
cut thing, so that he's at least got a bit of cover. I can't actually do anything bonus action wise.
No, because you haven't got bonus action. Yeah, true.
And
That is a
also
blizzard and a
slow,
half.
I can't do both.
Very
I
true.
can-
Okay then. The goblins notice you firing. Aim their short. One of them aims a short bow from atop the ridge, down at you. Wait, are you actually? Hmm. Yeah, they've got a high. Yeah, they've got a vantage point. So yeah, they can see you. All right, Geist. An arrow comes straight towards you. Loads up an arrow. Oh god, that's a
Gonna be
clean hit.
That's me almost down in one hit.
Oh my god. This goblin shoots straight at you. Feel the impact. Take almost all the wind out of you, even with that cover behind the
Yep.
sled. Okay. That is its go though. Other than that, it tries to position away from the lights. Just gonna move over here. Okay. That's its go. We are on 607.
Okay. Can I still see this guy up here?
Yeah, if you can see it, you can see it.
Okay. Then I will try to shoot at him. And it's a little cold out here, so need some heat. I'm gonna do a little bit of miss.
That is barely. Yeah, no, it's quite a bad miss. Fortunately, he's got this cover by the ridge, and he ducks down, and it clips the side, and shatters part of the rock from the ridge, tumbles down,
Okay.
and you just hear him kind of squeal.
I'm going to move into the crevice over here.
Yeah,
Trying to give myself a little bit extra protection. And can I move my dancing lights at the same time or no?
good question. Does the spell description say? Is it an action to move them? As a bonus action, you can move them.
As a bonus action. Okay, great. So as a bonus action, I'm going to move this one to follow the guy over here.
Yeah, you see him. You can pot it right on top of his head if you like.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he was trying to get further back on the ridge to get away out of line of sight.
Yeah.
He is out of line of sight, but he is lit up. Okay, nice. Next goblin is up. This one just pulled someone out of the snow, but instead of drawing a short bow, he is going to rush forward to you, Hulla, and engage in melee combat. A rusty scimitar comes swooshing towards your face.
Ooh. Oh
16.
god damn.
Oh lord, max damage
Oh
as well.
lord.
That
Yeah, that hurt.
stung.
That easily
That
Fresh,
stung.
fresh blood paints the white snow. As he
Would
lets
that-
out this goblin battle cry.
Would that still have hit you even with Shield of Faith?
Oh
Yep.
yeah, what's your AC?
My 14
16.
plus 2 is 16.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
still
just hit.
Just hits.
Also, I'm just gonna make sure that it is actually on you, because we have automation now,
Okay.
and so that should set your AC to 6. Yeah, it does. Cool,
Okay.
perfect.
And
All
for
right.
Barry too. Yeah.
Okay. Next goblin's up. Which one was this? This is the one on the ridge. You just fired at him, 6 to 7. He's gonna try and return fire. You've got a... Yeah, you're like flat up against the ridge. Provides something... yeah, I'm gonna say it provides like half cover from this guy, but pulls out a gnarly looking arrow from his quiver and tries to shoot down. Yep. It just clatters off the side of the ridge. Frustrated. Okay. Next goblin. Oh wait, is this the dead one? No, it's not. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the dead one on the initiative. Okay. This one is also gonna rush into melee combat. I'm gonna say this one heads around towards Faith, who's the next nearest available target. Don't forget, he can't even see 6 or 7 because you're actually in darkness, I guess. All right, pulls out the rusty scimitar and swipes towards her. Ooh, is that going to hit her? Jeez, yeah, it is. Unless she has anything to do about it. Nope. No, she doesn't. It barely hits her, and Faith falls backwards into the snow. Wait, she does have something. As a reaction. Oh no. Yeah, sure. She'll send it. I need to give her a health.
Oh,
Hellish.
I think it is.
Hellish rebuke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is a tiefling after all. So as this slice comes towards her, you see her call out, Aurel!
Ooh.
Save me!
Wow.
And boom, this blast of freezing, frigid wind soars through the air, almost like an icicle. It spears the goblin and sends him flying back into the wall and just impales him against it. And you just hear this gargling. Blood spills down his chest. He's dead.
Nice.
Faith, however, does fall backwards after this, and she is on death's door.
Oh.
Barritomus, it's your turn.
Well, these are more dangerous than I thought at level 1. So he's going to take a step forward, and he's gonna reach into his pouch and pull out. Well, he's gonna take. He takes off his glove, reaches into his pouch, and you see him pull out this green powder, which he then throws forwards out of his hand, and it's the sleep powder.
Ah, the sleep powder.
Yes, which imitates the sleep spell.
You know it. Who? Yeah, target. Place that template down.
And it will be on these, and then you'll see
On
it
a,
just fly forward, and the blizzard just
a
carries.
20 foot sphere. I'm trying to think. This guy's up on the ridge, so he might be out of range.
If it is, that's fine. That's fine. It probably
Okay.
won't get him anywhere. But the first closest.
Yep, for sure. Okay, 18 knocks out 2 of them. They
So
instantly fall. They fall to the
Nice.
ground, limp.
Yeah.
Good job.
So there goes that, and then I'm gonna. Is this a ridge here that I can take cover behind?
You can start to. Well, you can climb up it.
Or is that a climb up?
That's a slope. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a slope that goes up.
Okay. I'll just stay by Hulla.
Okay. You hear this goblin beginning to snore in front of you. He barely got to draw his scimitar before he like falls onto the snow.
Okay.
Hulla, the final bottom of the round. It's your turn.
I'm going to move over to Faith. Cast Spare the Dying as a bonus action.
Oh, perfect. That will restore 1 HP, and
Yep.
she's no longer on death's door.
And
Nice.
then with my action, I would like to cast Sacred Flame on Buddy over here on the ridge.
Okay. Yes, because it's bonus action, isn't it?
It's a bonus
and
action.
It's 30 feet as well, so you can.
Yeah. 60
Yeah.
feet.
They
Yeah, 30 feet spare the dying. Oh, yeah, I didn't even need to touch her.
You don't
No,
need to touch her.
that's fantastic.
That's the
Okay.
benefit of the Grave Cleric.
Boom, boom.
And I think he fails.
Fails
And
the
what does your we haven't seen your magic before. I should have asked this for 6 or 7 as well. What does Sacred Flame look like from a glaive cleric who worships Hades?
It's all in rusty red colors. So it looks like flame. It looks red and orange and kind of jaggedy, and it's just gonna shoot out in like a flame and just cover him like oil.
Oh, that sounds horrible. You hear him crying out in Goblin from above the ridge. Okay.
Did it roll damage? It didn't roll damage.
It did. No, it
did?
He
Okay.
took. Yeah, he took like
Took 9.
7. He took 5 points of damage.
Okay, 5.
Suddenly, you see us swooping over the battlefield. A hawk zips by, just too quick for you to like train a shot on it. Just sort of flies in and out like flyby, and you all hear an intense, deep growl from beneath the ridge. Something
What?
large
Oh,
is moving
God.
in on the fight, and I'm going to roll them onto initiative.
Oh no.
No, don't tell me it's the Yeti.
It is low, bestial, and
Oh.
it's too hard to see what's going on out there. But maybe some light under the ridge would illuminate this.
Why would a bird be?
Super glad we left our barbarian behind.
Okay, you don't see that. So it's clearly a Yeti. All right, let's go to Faith, who is thankfully back off of death's door. She's going to stand up from prone, because when you get knocked to death's door, you fall over. Now, she sees the sleeping goblins in front of her are no more threat. Geist, however, you are in a bad state. She's going to turn around and cast Cure Wounds onto you. Even though she is still gravely injured, she prioritizes you guys to make sure she is not seen as weak and helpless. And after that, she's got enough movement to just go stay prone and maybe crawl under the sled for like 3/4 cover. I think that sounds good. She'll stay prone, and she'll say, "All right, I'm okay, but just make sure you don't get shot again, Geist." And she's completely healed the wound. It's like the opposite of. It's like the opposite of cauterizing. It's like frosterizing. Yeah. Okay. It's like sealed the wound shut, so it's no longer bleeding. It's your turn, guys.
Alright, Geist is going to take a step forward so he's got a bit more cover. And this goblin shot him, and he's not happy about that, and so...
Ooh.
I apparently hit the dancing light instead, but I assume an 18 hits.
Yeah, it bounces off the line, hits him. It does, and it's enough damage to kill him too. The trick shot sends it into the back of his neck, and he falls off of the cliff. Tumbles
I wasn't
down.
going for that one. I was going for
what,
the one that was running.
Oh, the far back. Have you got a shot on him?
I
mean,
I don't take penalties from cover.
Oh yeah, never mind then. Okay, yeah, sharpshooter, boys. 6 damage is enough to kill him, apparently. No, wait, it's enough to kill the dancing light. Oh, that's why. It's because the dancing light's over the top of him. All right, sorry.
Yep.
He's on 1 HP.
Yep.
He's barely alive. Okay.
And unfortunately,
hear a
I
scream
can't
of
get the
pain.
benefit of sneak attack on him.
Sadly not. Which means he's going to get another shot back on you, but being this low, bad for his health.
And you know what? Considering everything else, I'm actually going to drop prone behind this because I barely have any movement anyway, so what's the difference?
Yeah, fair. Okay, I got an idea for this guy. Yeah, perfect. Okay. He is going to run to the center of the ridge. As he does, he aims down. And Hulla's got this kind of blinding shield. You're behind the sled, so I'm actually going to take a shot at Barritomus. fire.
So have I got a blinding shield?
Barritomus
think
has
sh-
16.
That
I don't
makes-
think Shield of Faith hits 2 targets. It's only 1 target.
Are you sure about that?
At level
Yeah.
1, yeah, it's only one target.
Curses. I thought it was 2.
Oh,
Okay,
then
sorry.
does it.
That does a hit. Okay.
Damn
It's
it.
like it's all right. You're still learning, and this is a good time to learn. As Barritomus takes a shot into the shoulder you thought you was protecting,
See?
and the goblin then disappears from the ridge and jumps off of it. You'll see what onto in a second.
No.
That's his go. Oh yeah, it's these things. Again, the guttural roar, bestial and low, begins to make its way out from underneath the ridge.
No.
Fearing for the worst, fearing for the Yeti's return, his hunting ground has now got fresh blood spilt on it. Instead, stepping into the light, you see a hunched, white-furred polar bear pulling on a massive harness that is strapped all the way around him. And you can see by this bear's demeanor, it is pissed. It's like slobbering at the mouth, snapping at the bit, and just aggressively trudging through the snow and letting out roars as it does. And side by side with him is another one that is like almost wrestling against these harnesses. And it's going to move right up with its movement so that it's got a clean shot. So what is this thing pulling? Or these pair of things pulling? Coming into view, a large wagon. It's like an armored vehicle is being pulled by these 2 polar bears. It is a goblin structured thing. You can see it's like ramshackled, like planks of wood are nailed together. You can see the wheels are kind of like all chipped and bent and wobbling around. There's bones adorning the outside as a message to any that would try to threaten these goblins. Let's see. Oh man. Oh yeah, this is it. The goblin wagon. I found it. There it is.
My God.
And in
That's
between
what we
those, yeah, yeah, you can tell it's like it's got like the sleets on the wheels to make sure it can travel ice. And look at the frown on these polar bears; they do not look happy about pulling this thing. Atop the stage on the top here, it's like a battle platform. You can see there is one more heavily armored goblin, and the hawk that's just zoomed past suddenly lands on their shoulder, and they command a volley of arrows to fire forwards
Well-
from the wagon.
It's nice knowing you.
But yeah, it will be. Good luck. 607. You're actually up.
Okay.
Hmm.
So this
First
is
thing I want
underneath.
to do is move my light back over here.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to illuminate the things. And then, how high is the ridge over here? Like, how tall is it?
It's about 25 feet up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite tall.
So, oh, what's going on?
I'm just rolling the goblins.
Oh, just going. Okay.
Yeah, they should have been on.
Oh my God, there's 2 extra ones as well.
Yeah, those are the ones inside.
So I can see the heavily armored one then, right?
The
Yeah.
the heavily armored one, they fall back into like this like a shooting gallery basically. And so they've got pretty good cover in there. But you can see the points of arrows sticking out ready to be fired in your general direction.
Okay. Then I will not shoot at him because I don't have a good angle on him. I'm gonna try to climb up the ridge on this side here. See if I can
Yep.
get up
Yep,
fire.
that's not okay. That shouldn't be too difficult. I'm just gonna say like a DC 10 athletics check.
Oh, that might be tough. I roll below 0 and my athletics are not great.
It doesn't cost any action. If you don't make it, it'll only use your movement. Okay, so you kind of find it's a bit too steep, and you haven't got climbing equipment out just in front of you, so you don't lose any actions. You just unable to make it up there.
Okay. Then can I see anybody who's in, like, any of the goblins that are in this thing? In are they all protected inside?
They are protected, but you can see them. Like you can see like the front forearm of one of the goblins that's holding a bow, ready to fire. Okay. So they've effectively got pretty good cover, but you can spot one or two. In fact, there's 3.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna take this guy out instead because he's not protected by anything.
No, he should have hid. It's his own fault, and he deserves to get blown to pieces. Oh my god!
I really should have shot at the guys who were undercover with that. Cause
oh no! All right, I've not said this, but it's hard to take it away with the. How do you describe your magic? What does it look like? 607.
My magic is it all looks mechanical and pieces of machines. So instead of like actual fire, it looks like a bunch of nuts and bolts and ingots and little those little things sort of forming that shape and sort of swimming along to hit him.
With it being fire, probably an exhaust pipe thrown in there as well. Smashed him in the head, knocked him clean out, and it's just a pile of smoldering goblin flesh on that ridge now. Okay, no more goblins on the ridge. That's it. The one that was injured, you could tell, jumped onto the wagon and is now somewhere in there hiding as well. So, all right. Anything else?
I'm gonna duck and try to hide as much as I can in my little crevice.
Got it. All right, goblins are firing forwards. This is rough.
Yep, don't like this.
Yep. They equip their arrows.
Who against?
Who against? I'm actually aiming at Barry.
Me? Why me?
Because you're in the light, and
I'm
you're the only one.
Any light.
I can actually only really see you. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, properly.
No.
Like, I'm sorry. Oh, you're in luck.
Oh yeah.
An arrow whizzes past your beard and sinks into the snow behind you. That's it. That's his go. Right. This one's asleep. And the bears are roaring in their faces, but they're not actually waking up. Pretty good sleep spell. All right, which one's this? Oh, he's on the wagon. Yeah, this is the injured one. Okay, yeah, he's going to take his revenge on Geist if he can. You've got like good 3. Are you under the sled with Faith?
Well, I'm basically dropped down prone, like laying on the ground, like behind the sled, sort of thing.
I'll
like,
give you
maybe
3/4 cover.
I'm gonna need it. 3/4 is what, +5?
You're prone, and you're prone, so he actually has disadvantage.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. There's a very slim chance, but he has a vendetta against you, and it.
Also, against Barry.
Sorry, Barry.
Quick shot to bounce off Barry's armor and hit me.
He did like a Legolas and fired 2 arrows at once, but yeah. Okay, dead goblins. Barry, you're up.
Gonna run.
I can't make any suggestions for you because I don't know what you could do.
Run into the blizzard. It is a complete whiteout if you go in there. You won't be able to see your allies or the goblins, but they won't be able to see you.
They'll hide, but that's the theory because they're all lit up. I should still be able to see them.
You can see a faint light where they are, yes, but I'm gonna say they still got the cover, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't go far enough that I couldn't see them.
What are you doing then?
So
as an action?
I need to be a bit closer to be able to still see them.
You should only really be able to see 20 feet in front of you in a blizzard, but
In terms-
dancing lights are sort of counteracting that in a fashion that you can see where they are, but you can't actually physically see them, right?
Okay, I need to physically see them.
Okay, you could do that first and then run out if you'd like.
No, I want to be far enough away. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. What do you use as your action anyway?
Um, I'm gonna have to. One sec. I'm gonna send an attack at them. Just gonna give away a little bit, but I will. Yep. I'm gonna use Zip Zap.
Zip zap. What on earth happens? Does anyone see what this is? Because this is the first time we've seen this.
Yeah, from the
I've never
darkness.
seen his zip snap.
From the darkness, they see this green green bolt fly at them. Just from the darkness.
And when it impacts the side of the wagon,
It spurts into butterflies.
Hulla, your lantern suddenly glows slightly. All right,
Okay.
next goblin. Oh, he's asleep. Goblin boss. Okay. The goblin boss is clearly the one calling the shots here. And they have this hawk on their shoulder like they're some kind of Power Ranger. I'm gonna fire a javelin because that's what they've got apparently. This one's coming towards you, Hulla. Straight forward. A javelin flies from the little wagon straight towards you.
Please
Just
don't
let's see
hit.
what happens.
Oof, thank
Apparently,
goodness.
I've got this, but don't know why.
But the first roll was a 4, so
yeah, that's a miss either way. Okay. Yep, that just lands. Oh, I know why, because it thinks I'm using a melee javelin. Anyway, that is a clear miss. You just hear this dong as it lands into the sled. That's wait a minute. Multi-attack. I don't have a second javelin.
aha.
Do I not? What the hell?
Yeah, I find that with some enemies, it's like, aha, I have javelin. I throw. Now I don't have javelin.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's other bits in here that they could probably salvage. But for now, I'm gonna have the hawk swoop in. Yep, that's what's gonna happen. She's gonna use her command hawk, and it swoops in and starts to try and gouge your eyes out, Hulla. And it's gonna give the next goblin advantage on the shot against you.
Shoot.
And you can hear the goblin boss like, scurry! And it's your turn, Hulla.
Okay. I am going to run behind the ridge. Kind of in this direction.
Well, it won't be behind much, because that's a slope going up.
Okay. I'll still take it so that I'm not in the direct. Like,
Sure.
is there any shelter at all?
The best shelter is just behind the sled that you've got.
Behind the sled.
It's quite crowded there now, but one of your allies is underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you can use Geist as cover, right? No, if you go
I'll-
down and crouch, you could probably use it as half cover. Yeah.
Okay, I'll crouch for half cover, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself because I can't take another hit.
You got it. In fact,
Sorry.
if you were concentration for the other one, but probably did. I assume you did.
Where is Cure
Right.
Wounds? Oh, there we go.
Is the other polar bears go? But I'm going to say that they're kind of moving in tandem, so this one has to hold his action to move with the other one. So we're back to the top of the round with Hulla. Should I try to calm them down? She shouts over the blizzard.
I don't think that's going to work. I have a possibly stupid idea, but might be smart.
Use the
Okay.
javelin to throw.
We could try to free the polar bears as they seem pretty pissed to be pulling,
They might go
Let me-
after us.
but they might go after them.
Are you good with animals?
Wolves, yes.
Okay. I'll try and help you then.
I have a
can
spell of I
cast-
have a spell of animal friendship. A
Oh my
scroll
God,
of
you
animal
do.
friendship.
You too have one.
But I
Says
think
I
it
can-
only worked for one.
Yes.
But one would be enough.
One is better than
One
none,
would be
right?
enough.
Do it.
One is better than other. So I'll hand it to
Guys can't cast it. Yeah, it's going to be
No.
on you to do that. I
in
think.
Faith cast it.
Oh, Faith, sure. Yeah, of course. Sorry.
I'll hand it to her because I'm not going till the end of the round.
A scroll? Okay. All right.
Here.
She will use your scroll and
Yep.
begins reading the incantation aloud as hard as she can. And over the whistling wind, the spell takes form, and the scroll turns to ash. It's only is it a second level spell.
First level, I think. Animal
It's
First
fine.
level
friendship.
Okay,
spell.
that's fine then.
Yeah.
She just cast it. That's fine. Awesome. That works. I'm gonna say the left-hand polar bear, the one she's got kind of direct eyes on. Is it saved? Animal friendship. Is it just charmed? Oh, it's
It
a
must
wisdom save.
succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. All right. All right. Wisdom save. Throwing it.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, it's a fail.
Yes.
You have a friendly polar bear, and she calls out to it. Well, it doesn't understand her, but with the spell in effect, it can. It's almost unequivocally on your side, and she just yells out, "Please be Savoril. Don't serve these goblins. You're a slave to them. Set yourself free." And yeah, with that, you see the polar bear still yanking at these harnesses, and they are clearly built to keep them in line. But I will say that this polar bear is going to chomp down on this nearby goblin,
Yes.
and that's going to be its first attack. That's a crit because it's asleep. Rips the head off this goblin and then just swallows it, and then throws the body against the wall with a sickening thud. Sorry, it went a bit earlier though, but yeah, guys, you can take it a go whilst I slice at the other goblin.
What? These harnesses are like leather harnesses, right?
Yes.
Like, do I think that potentially a broadhead arrow, because it's more slicing, might be able to like weaken it enough for the polar bear to get free?
Yeah, broadhead because it's a slashing weapon, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's a good use of
Yeah.
the different types of arrows you've got. Cool.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be aiming for the I guess I'm going to have to stand up to get like the proper shot though, aren't I?
Yeah.
Otherwise
So
I'll
that'll
be
be
at
almost
disadvantage.
all your movement, and then
Yep.
you can get a good shot on the harness if you like.
Yeah, so I will stop being prone, taking a major risk here that seems worth it, and also will mean alright, and then I'm just gonna roll an attack. Ooh,
It
you
is-
know what? I'm even gonna do it. I'm gonna sharpshooter it because I'm going for like a really precise strike.
Okay.
Not great, but
Ooh,
even if I
6.
hadn't,
No, even if you hadn't, it's not quite enough. The thrashing of the polar bear, it seems to make your shot almost impossible, and it flies forward and dents into the front of the wagon. I'm afraid. So this
Yeah.
polar bear is still stuck, and that as a result, it claws the next nearest goblin towards it and rends it across the snow, like burying its corpse
Yep.
beneath it. And that's another one dead at least. There's no more sleeping goblins, only dead goblins. All right, that's your go, and I think it's one of these goblins goes up here in the. Okay, you're up standing now, and you just took a shot. Yeah, you're the closest target. I think it's gonna go for you. Fires.
Yep.
It's short, but
I'm hoping I've at least got partial cover, but that's not going to be enough. But minimal damage.
oh, yep. Your tough leathers do take the impact, but that's going to sting in the morning. Okay, another. Oh, just back to you, 6 or 7.
Alrighty. Can I see in anybody sticking their head out of the thing?
They fire from it, but they are really tightly gathered
Inside.
up in that. Yeah, underneath the roof.
Okay.
They got little slats that
Okay.
they're just firing over.
Okay, I'm gonna try climbing up the ridge again.
Yep. You can give me another athletics check. It's only DC 10.
Yeah, only DC 10 when I've been rolling
Oh.
like that.
Oh no. Oh god. I'm gonna say this time you get to the top. Well, not quite near the top, but you slip and fall enough to take one of these with a. Oh fuck, that's a lot. Jesus. I didn't mean it to be that punishing, but apparently you really hit your head as you tumble down and take 6 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall on a nat 1. That was rough. Concentration check, I'm afraid, for dancing lights as well. You are concentrating, but your head is ringing. Even the terrain in this land wants to kill you. What do you do as an action?
Well then, bonus action, I'm gonna just move the lights a little bit forward to get a little bit more. Yeah, as my action, I'm gonna hold my action until I see one of the guys coming out a little bit more of the entrance. Since I'm prone, yeah,
Are you holding a spell for this?
I'm holding a spell.
That will use your
Just fine.
concentration.
It will?
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't hold a spell. Then I'm gonna use my action to stand up and try climbing up. No, to stand up.
Okay. Just standing up seems appropriate.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little bit more movement as well if you did want to move any more, but
I'm gonna back into my little corner again.
okay. Back into half cover. One of the goblins
Back
is
into
ready. Readied an arrow. Doesn't see you as a threat because you're just falling around. I'm sorry. Geist, it's going to be you. You're up in the front.
Yep.
Another shot. Oh, you're lucky.
Oh.
This one
Very
hits the roof
lucky
of the...
because with that damage, that would have knocked me. Knocked me to death's
Yeah.
door.
This guy hits the roof of his own wagon, and you hear a slap from the other goblins. They seem to be getting a little bit desperate as they are surrounded by dead brethren. Another goblin, the injured one, still has a vendetta on you. Fires. And they've got arrows for days by the looks in there. Oh, another botch. Whiff, whiff. 2 arrows are just flying past your head. Okay. Barry.
And then that.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I should have had a... Oh, my God. I meant to fire one at Hulla because I had advantage. That's fine. I'll use the one on next round. It's fine. As you were.
I'm going to try and do what Geist did, and I'm going to try and aim for the lead.
The goblin boss.
No, the
Oh,
Harness.
sorry. The leash. Gotcha. Yeah.
then the polar bear can turn round and attack. Or does it look like
Yeah.
the polar bear can do that anyway?
No, the harness is keeping them kind of within arm's reach of the wagon. Which one did you want to fire at? The one that's friendly
one.
to you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Go ahead. If you want to try and aim at it, you can probably blast it off with a good shot.
Yeah.
Just aim at the polar bear.
At the polar
We'll
bear.
use that. We'll use their AC as like a. Oh,
Come
Lord.
on.
I'm so sorry.
I'm just gonna like stare in
Okay.
the darkness.
They just seem to swat at the butterflies angrily. Okay. Okay. The old goblin boss up here. Let me check something real quick. Because I'm sure there's loot in here. Mm. Okay, now the goblin boss moves out of sight from the front of the wagon. It seems to be rifling around in the back somewhere for something. You're not exactly sure what. You'll find out. Hulla, it's your turn though.
Okay.
So they're out of sight.
Yep. They're all completely hidden. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
They're in cover.
On Geist because he's going to need it.
You got it. Sacred Flame doesn't care about cover, just as a little tip. But,
Oh yeah, but he's gonna need it. I can't.
yeah,
I don't
no.
think I can take them out with Sacred Flame and.
That's fine.
Oh, you have no available spell slots.
Oh, you've used Shield of Faith and Cure Wounds.
Damn it. Okay.
Just try
I
Sacred
guess-
Flaming one of them, I guess.
Yeah, that's like I'm gonna. Can I Sacred Flame the boss?
The boss is the one that's
Hostage.
just completely gone out of sight. They seem to have moved right to the back of the wagon on
Okay.
their turn, and you can't tell what they're up to. But the three goblins, the other one takes her place and is firing
Yeah.
shots right her little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try to Sacred Flame them then.
And
Damage.
that is a fail.
Hey,
That's a failure.
That's also enough to the shit out of this goblin. Jeez. The simmering red erupts in the wagon and lights it up. Thank God it's radiant and not real fire. But the other two goblins look horrified as their friend right next to them has just fallen to the ground, writhing in pain. Okay. Angry, not friendly polar bear cannot do anything on their turn, unfortunately. But Faith is up, and she says, "Good, you're doing it. I think there's only like a few more left.
We'll get
And
them
we've
all
gotta-
eventually.
free the polar bear. Free
Yeah,
the polar bear.
can you free the polar bear?
I'll try. It is charmed and friendly to her, so there won't be any risk of this thing turning on her." She says, Hold on. Let me see if I can get this off of you." And she's easily able to operate a harness. The buckles on one side come loose, and before she can move around to unbuckle the other side, the polar bear seizes the opportunity and rips it off from the other side and goes up on its hind legs and roars. And it's enough to send Faith back onto a back and crawls underneath, waiting for the chaos to ensue. Geist, it's your turn.
Right. Is the one that had a vendetta against me still alive?
Yes, no, that's the one that just got burned to death. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In which case,
Two
I'm
more in
just-
there somewhere.
Yep. Well, their cover means nothing.
Ah, sharpshooter, huh?
Oh,
13 is a miss, though. Ooh. Told you
What
these
is
guys
with
are a
the
little more armored.
rolls? Ugh.
Oh, wait, is that 13? Wait a minute, they can't be using a bow and have a shield. That's a hit. That's a hit, honestly. You can't have a shield and a short bow. That's not.
yeah. Shield and a crossbow, maybe, but then you
Yeah, exactly. But
reloading
they're
would be
cheating.
awkward.
No, I should have unequipped that one. That's a clean hit and a clean kill. He tries to bring round his shield in time and fumbles with a quiver of arrows. And one of those arrows is yours, straight through him. Flies into the back of the wagon. Dead.
Right. There's one more and a goblin boss left. And Geist is
Or is
just
it
gonna
shooting?
I guess stay there as like a block for Hulla, even though Hulla is tankier than him. It's a weird concept,
Okay.
but he
With
kept-
that goblin... Oh, sorry, go on.
yeah, so he's just gonna chill there.
With that goblin's death, you hear the goblin boss at the back of the wagon calling out, Forstola! And you realize what the held action was as the entire wagon erupts in flames.
What?
Yep.
With the goblins inside?
Correct.
Okay.
Burning himself
Sure.
alive?
I guess so.
You know, sure, you can't see
or
them.
is that a signal?
You technically can't see that goblin boss. But the polar bear sees the flaming wagon. I don't want to jump into it, but I will say it circles it hungrily, like a predator would, waiting for any snack to drop out and into its awaiting jaws, which happens now. As the goblin hears the call for retreat, jumps out the wagon, and the polar bear jumps up and tries to snatch it out of the air. Oh, crunch!
He's just burnt one of the loots in there. That's what he was doing.
The goblin is pulled down, and you hear a swipe, and the goblin is no more. As yeah, that was a brutal finish. That is actually going to, with that, I think, end combat. There's no more. What are you doing on your turn, though, 607? We'll keep it going just a little longer. The wagon is ablaze now, and it caught incredibly quickly. You'd imagine there's some sort of kindling in there that just set it ablaze. And if you're talking, I don't think we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I guess I am going to move forward. Do I have full movement in the snow? Or half movement or anything?
You have half movement.
Okay.
Snowshoes just allow you to actually move. Yeah,
So
it's a
I'll
bit tricky.
move.
It's especially in
They're
a
all
blizzard.
dead, eh?
Jesus.
Is
Yeah,
this one polar bear? Is this one polar bear that's left? Is he angry at us, or is he not angry at us?
They do no, they're not aiming their anger at you, but rather the harness that's on them, and they clearly want to get away from the flaming wagon that's just behind them.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to the sled and start inspecting the sled.
Okay. Sure. Okay, I'll bring back up the notes. So the sled has 600 pounds of iron ingots stacked atop it. You can tell there is what else? That's actually mostly it. Like that is what it is transporting, and so not much to it other than that, I'm afraid.
Okay.
It's like a pack of maybe like bedrolls, but that's it.
Okay. And then I need to make my way closer to it so I can try to start putting out the flames, but I can't do that on this turn.
You got it. Oh, put out the flames. You got a plan for that. Okay.
Something.
Dead goblins, Barritomus.
I guess I'm just ready. Oh no, there's a little eagle here.
Oh yeah, the hawk should have been flying after the goblin boss on its turn.
Okay. Oh, the goblin boss.
If anything, that's a little indicator of what's happening, because the hawk swoops past the flaming wreckage, and seems to keep flying forwards past the ridge into the blizzard.
Oh.
You can follow it if you like, but it's pretty fast.
I could shoot it out the air.
You can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
It's gone into the blizzard.
Are we just gonna try and put out the thing then?
I guess there could be something in there of value if they wanted to destroy it.
I can't get close enough anywhere.
Okay. And
Well,
Hulla, anything on your turn?
I am tempted to release the polar bear that's attached to the
Oh.
to the thing. Does
You
anybody
can
mind
attempt to.
if I let this one go?
I mean,
And
hopefully
there's
it will
plenty
see
of
us.
goblins for it to feast on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll warn you, Hulla. The one I got freed was friendly to me, but that one still looks like it's thrashing. Just be
Okay.
careful.
Maybe we could get. Well, maybe we could.
Kill it
I
while
don't
it's
know.
tied down.
Let it go once we're on our way.
Kill it. Or we could kill it while it's tied down and harvest it
Good lord.
for fur.
Geist just sort of looks set. That would be a dishonorable hunt.
I don't want to kill it. Yeah, I don't want to kill it if it's tied up like that. It's already been abused.
I
If
guess.
we can break, I'll try to break the harness at a distance, and then hopefully it will flee from the flames.
Will the flames burn the tethers? Like
Yes,
okay,
eventually. Like it's leather,
eventually.
so it might be a little bit longer, but yeah.
Okay, so let's just leave it and let's just harness up the sled that we have.
Faith is going to guidance. Oh well, she doesn't need to, but she's a reaction. But she's looking to you guys to see if you can do it. But I am going to end combat.
Yeah.
Do you want to try and shoot it? Free?
Yeah. So Geist is going to try to because honestly, at thrashing and stuff is going to stop us being able to get as close to do what we need to do. So I will do another one of my slashing arrows. I'm not sharpshooting this time. 17.
That's a hit. Yeah, this time straight through the harness, and it's lit up now thanks to the wagon. You aim for that bit that's already on fire, where it's probably weakened. A broadhead arrow does its work and slashes through the leather, and with that, you either see it or the other polar bear both aiding them to get free, and you see them being ripped. All the harnesses just ripped apart. Okay, with that, the friendly now these are like still hostile. This one here, this is still hostile technically. But with there being a charmed polar bear, doesn't make sense that it's going to attack indiscriminately when the other one seems to like rear up and like roar back in its face, sort of telling it to back off. Perhaps not. It doesn't want it to harm Faith, and the other polar bear seems to just, in a panic, just start pelting it away from the wagon and in the opposite direction to you guys. The charmed polar bear sort of sees it off some distance before stopping to turn to everyone else.
Wave.
And you give it a wave. The bear does its like, floppy hand wave like you've seen some grizzlies do. I'll put a gif in the chat. I'm sure you'll find it quite amusing. Yeah, like that. It does one of those waves. And the polar bear begins to disappear into the blizzard after its supposed partner.
Yay!
Mate.
I'm glad
So-
we didn't have to kill them.
Can it be put out then?
The wagon,
6 or
whatever was
7?
in there, went fully ablaze. And what do you have in mind, 6 or 7?
It's not much, but I'm going to try to. I know technically I can't do the whole thing, but at least try to start to calm things down, and other people can throw snow on it maybe to help out. But prestidigitation to try to calm the flames a little bit, and then other people can maybe throw snow and try to put it out that way.
Yeah, I'll help with that. Throw some
Okay.
snow on it.
Prestidigitation can put out like a small. You can snuff out like candles and such, but it's no control
It's
flame.
It's not control flame. It does say a small campfire, so I'm trying to do little sections to keep it from spreading, maybe, and trying to, while other people do the actual putting out of the flames.
I'm just grabbing armfuls of snow and dumping it on wherever I can reach. Just so that it all burns away. Or not burns away, melts away.
It is fairly ineffective. I can tell you out of game that this thing is filled with straw and kindling, and it set fire like a matchstick, and any attempt to try and put it out is pretty feeble, I'm afraid, and it burns up. And the thing is made of ramshacked planks of wood that just collapse in on itself. The only thing that may be of sturdy design is perhaps the wheels, and they're already being charred. But other than that, the thing does collapse, unfortunately, and isn't much use. The snow may be putting it out eventually, but the damage is already done, and it's already just a smoldering heap of sticks.
It's probably best to start making our way back to town. If we've got this to haul, it's going to take a while, and with that going up as much as it is, that's going to be a signal to any raiders or whatever anywhere nearby, so we probably don't want to stay near it for too long.
607, can you keep the dancing lights up as we make our way back?
I can try, but if anybody has any healing, that would be appreciated.
Ooh, yes, I can help with that. Now that we're out of combat, I will. Oh no, what do I have?
Healer's
Sitting
kit?
on one
I
hit point
don't-
HP.
I don't have any. I don't have any any healing cantrips. That's
No.
tough.
Healing
it's-
kits.
Healing kits I do have. I have a herbalism kit.
Did you? Okay, all right. Well, you might need to rest
Change
up
my-
then.
Yeah.
To get that full
Bunch.
health. Let me see if Faith has anything left. Nope, she's fresh out. I think she's cure wounds.
Sorry, I'm out.
Oh wait, no,
Mm.
Faith does. She's used one.
Yeah.
So she will administer a cure wounds to you. I've got it. Don't worry. It's a good job. There's two of us.
Honestly, quite glad we brought Faith now, though.
Mhm.
I've never healed a robot before. Sorry, I
Ooh.
hope that doesn't mean to offend you.
That's okay. I'm not a robot.
That's a good point. Out of character, would mending work on?
No, he is a living
Yeah.
construct sort of thing. Okay. What do you guys do from now on? I will say though, with the dancing lights around, there are very obviously a single set of tracks running from the wreckage. As you're putting it out, you can see them. They headed far to the west. The goblin boss got away.
Let's start heading back.
Let's head back. I don't think we
Okay.
can't do anything about it today.
I would like to loot all of the bodies before we start coming back.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can recover some arrows.
Have they got any fur linings?
Yeah. Any
Let's go.
money, any gold, any money, anything useful, any like cold
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
especially.
A couple of throwing daggers would be nice.
I'm gonna say the three goblins in the wreckage burnt up all their short bows and armor and such, but the goblins that were asleep and the two goblins that you shot out, so they were like 8 in total, I believe,
Yeah, so 5.
including the boss, and 4 of them got burned up.
I can see. Yeah, so we've got 4 that we can loot.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll say 4 scimitars. I'm gonna write this out for you.
Ooh.
4 scimitars, 4 shields. They're like pretty crappy wooden shields though.
I mean, I'll
And
take
yeah,
a
you
kill.
did actually kind of hit the jackpot with the arrows.
I-
Can you roll me? Because I can't remember just how many shots they fired. Can you? I'll let Wealgeist do this because you've got the arrows. So just 40, 80, 120. Yeah, roll me a d20 plus 120.
Okay.
Yes.
Just arbitrary amount I've got. Okay, there you go. You got 134 arrows if you really want.
I will put them onto the wagon and stock
There
up
you go.
my quiver, I guess.
You're
with
pretty much
3.
set for the game now.
Do-
Yep.
I forget this. Do you have to specifically have a proficiency in shield, or does that come with the medium armor?
No, shields are separate, I believe.
Shields are separate.
Are they actually?
Yes.
Yep.
How did you get proficiency in just the shield then?
Normally,
Shield
well,
Master.
So we'll figure it out after, because you might be right. It's normally packaged with something, but anyway, scimitars, 4 shields, 134 arrows, because these goblins are packing heat apparently, and 4 short bows, and that is your haul.
okay, can
Right
we
then.
have like
Any? Do they have any money?
Money. They did not. These are the mooks who are not. They are not trusted to look after the money. And you probably realize why she was rummaging around in the backs for so long. She made off with any of the good stuff.
considering I fired the two special arrows fairly close, can I roll to see if those survived and I can find them?
In the snow.
Yeah, I mean, because I was firing them like right near, like here, because I was aiming for the harnesses. So I wasn't.
Roll with disadvantage then.
Okay.
The blizzard and the snow makes fighting things like this
Yeah.
almost impossible. There
Yeah.
you go. That's what I predicted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're lost. They're long gone. Anything that fired into the snow doesn't just land and stick out. The snow is like, what, 5 feet deep some places, and it goes to
Yeah.
bury itself in there. Okay.
Do they have any furs on them, or?
Nah. Well, they
Really?
did, but they're wrecked.
Oh.
They're like destroyed from injuries and bears.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
So, I guess those. See, what I still don't know what class Barry is in order to try to work out the shield thing.
Oh no, that's part of being a dwarf.
Oh, really?
I guess it also counts to win my class.
Yeah, dwarves get like proficiency in armor. Well, a certain subrace. Any case, let's have you head back and wrap up this session.
Yeah, I think
There was gold, but you can only assume this goblin boss made off with the stash and her life. And you have now got the 300 ingots wrapped up in thick burlap, tightly secured in the sled with all the leather straps and all your arrows and weapons. And you begin to make the trek back, which is going to be a little tricky, but I'm sure with Geist's expert survival skills, you'll make it. So please do roll me a survival check, so you don't veer off course.
Okay. I'm also going to be probably getting someone to wipe out the tracks behind us, because that's how we were tracked so easily. But okay. And guidance from someone?
Guidance. Yep.
That will make a difference. Just a 2. That's good. Oh, you make it. You're a little bit winded from the wounds, Geist, but Hulla's able to keep you on the straight and narrow. Like a quick guidance here and there, kind of like almost like a smelling salts, keeps you awake, keeps you focused, and even through the blizzard, you're able to start trekking your way back. And I'm gonna roll for the first time on the flower. This thing. This is what we're going to use for weather in most cases. I completely forgot until now, but I really like the looks of this. This is called a weather hex flower, and it's how you can determine whether it's going to start on blizzard.
Oh, God.
I'm going to roll 2d6s to see what the weather is. So an 8 means we go bottom left, which is you go off of the flower and then come back up to the top, basically. Or is it? I believe so. Yeah, that's correct. So it would go to dense fog.
Which is probably better than blizzard.
It's not as freezing cold and doesn't slow your travel as much, but visibility is still poor.
Yeah.
It isn't as bad as blizzard, correct?
Yeah.
Lastly, the body. What did you do with this again? You buried it? Or...
we buried the body and took the symbol.
Yeah, and as we've now gone, I'm just going to pick up my whistling arrow back from the body that I left there as a marker, just in case we couldn't. In case Ashanti
Okay.
caught up.
Perfect. Okay. And the temperature is still pretty bad though. Oh god, that's loud. Sorry about that. 15 DC. Go. Frost saving throw.
Are you doing your prestidigitation again, or
Yeah,
okay?
every time until I don't need to do it. Assume I'm doing it.
Okay.
So yeah, so me, Faith, and Barry.
Okay, we're good.
Who rolled that 5?
Oh no! Wait,
Okay.
wait, 5?
Geist, I can give you resistance to get you to 15.
You have
Yeah.
resistance as well?
I have resistance as well.
Oh, you okay. Cool.
I just didn't realize that I could use it for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Perfect. That would bring it to a success then.
Yep.
Thank goodness. Also, I forgot to mention Faith got a level of exhaustion from Death's Door.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But otherwise, she's faring pretty well in this cold. Yeah. Oh, no. Maybe not. It's a 30. Yeah, no, it's a... Oh, no, she's flagging, actually. Take all that back. She's flagging, and
So it'll
she...
probably give her a 10, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. I'm sorry, I'm slowing you guys down.
Just keep going. Stay near the wagon, and if you need to, I mean, it's probably now that it's a dense fog. Is it as blowy as it was?
No, the dense fog meaning like there's not
Yeah.
as much wind, but
In
it's
which
still snowing.
In which case, as I imagine Faith isn't going to be helping the most with this pulling. No, this guy's probably. I suggest to her to light a torch because I believe that gives a +2 as well. And that'll last like an hour at least, so...
Okay, yeah. Good idea. She does indeed light a torch. Just even if it keeps her face warm as well.
Which should benefit most of us that are near her anyway. Because,
Right.
you know, you're within 5 feet, I guess.
Indeed. Okay. You sit up on the sled and double check that you're heading in the right direction.
Yep.
A dense fog is making it a little bit tricky. I need another DC 15.
God, survival check, come on. That's... yeah, I need the guidance, and I need good guidance.
Oh god, I hope
solid
this
guidance.
rolls. Woo, please.
That is
Well,
not.
Ew, wow.
You're veering off. Okay. Not good. It's unsure where it went wrong, but this journey back to Bryn Shander seems to be taking longer than it should have.
feel we may have got a bit off course. I'm gonna try to peer as hard as I can through the fog to see if I can get us back on course or look for any sort of solid landmark. We're obviously going away from Kaya, the cairn now, so...
Sure. Roll me a perception check, but with disadvantage for the dense fog.
Oh,
Ooh, god.
That dense fog robbing you of a nat 20.
Mean!
It is far too foggy to just even be able to see in front of you. It's impossible to know. And with Kelvin's cairn completely blotted out, and you're getting further away from it as well, so it's even more hard to see. You have no idea where you are. Just fog. Fog everywhere. Every direction. You're
Okay.
blind and lost.
How... Oh god. And what options do we have now? Do we want to make a shelter
I
and
can...
stay the night?
If I set up my tent. It's only a 2-person, but we should be able to maybe we can rig up something with the sled to give us all a bit more cover and set up like a small campfire or something.
Is there any like a rocky outcrop or something, anything that would give at least partial shelter?
That would be down to another survival check to see if you can find nearby shelter.
I can see if I can find anything nearby. I
Okay.
guess.
Anything to give us protection from the snow, yeah.
Right.
Cave, anything.
Almost
Oof.
certainly not.
Nothing but open tundra. It's a white canvas, and you're stuck in the middle of it.
Just go in, I guess.
Yeah, and hope we hit some sort of landmark.
Or hope we hit at the right direction.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. Wondering what that D8 is for? It's for something.
Direction.
Could be.
Right.
Okay. In that
Right.
case, then, at the end of this hour, another frost check. And it's... Let's check. It's actually... Temperature-wise, it would actually be getting slightly warmer. If only because this is when you would have dim light. Because you set off pretty early in the morning, and light is between 10 and 2. So it's only DC 10.
Oh
Ish.
no!
So this should be pretty routine. There you go.
Ah.
You're 10.
Well,
Uh,
Barry, with your plus... Yeah, you're on 12, so you're fine.
You're fine. Yeah, you're good. Your saving grace, even though you may be lost, your saving grace is that it is actually not as cold as it was before in the blizzard. You've escaped the blizzard, now you're just roaming around in the steel fog. Overall, I think everyone passed. You're
Yep.
good. Wait, cool. But trekking forwards further and further, could you be going the right way? Could you not? You're not sure. I'm gonna
Wait.
have
You hit the road though.
you don't know if you're hitting road.
Do you want me to roll another survival check?
Yes, please. But we'll see what happens at the end of this.
Guidance?
You can
Guidance.
to make
Yep.
need
Sorry.
a 3.
Yay!
Come
Yes.
on.
Okay. You do indeed find a road, thank God. Otherwise, you would have been keep on going south and maybe even ended in Goodmead. The road is pretty obvious, judging by your map. Well, actually, it could be up this road. You're not sure, but I'll say with a 15, you understand this must be the east way. You managed to successfully figure out which road you're on.
Okay.
And Faith says, yeah, wait, if this is the east way, should we be heading east? Or wait, which way is
No,
east? Which way is west?
That's the difficult part, but if this is the east way, then whichever bit we're on, if we want to head back to... Is the entire thing called the east way, or is it just this little stretch here that's called the east way, like towards East Haven?
That's correct, yeah. From Bryn Shander to East Haven is known as the east way.
Then we'd want to be
just-
heading west.
Sure. So
Right.
you're gonna... So is that left or right as we walk towards it?
Right.
Yeah, so
Right it is.
Right. Let's hope we get this right. So another survival check to see if we go the right way.
No, I think that's correct, because you can't really mistake if you notice the east way and you've reached it, heading right would be the right way. But
Yeah.
I'm going to add one last thing before we wrap up, because we now know we're on the right track. You can, with this, the road, you don't really get lost on the road as long as you're just following it. But before we wrap up for tonight, along the road, you expect to see other travelers occasionally, and sure enough, up ahead, you do see a figure. There's 2 figures, in fact. One seems to be moving quite swiftly, and it's at that point
Oh no!
you hear a ching clang of a sword against steel, like steel against steel. You can't tell much more of the details other than two figures up ahead and that sound. What do you guys do
I fire a firebolt
in their direction, or just as a
at
warning shot?
the one who is speedier, per se.
Okay, roll a hit, and we'll see what happens. Just roll a fireball. Yeah, see. That is a 19. Minimum damage,
only
but
one.
it's about tilting the battle in one person's favor. The blast flies through the blizzard, the fog, and it just like cleaves a little hole, like a tunnel. It gives you just a split second of sight. The firebolt impacts what looks to be a dwarven figure right in the face, sets light to their beard, and they stumble back in the snow. It's in that momentary lapse of concentration and focus that you suddenly hear again the sword swinging, but there isn't a clash of steel this time, but rather the rending of tendons as you see blood splatter across the snow. The figure that you just shot, 607, falls to one knee.
Who did you just kill? Wait, who's going on? What?
Is
How
there a
did you
fight
know?
up ahead?
607. What do your robot eyes see?
I saw a fight, and I thought maybe it was the serial killer, so I tried to kill him.
Oh. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, fair guess, I guess. What's the other figure doing?
The other figure it's got its head like tilted to one side, looking at the dwarf who's now on their one knee, and you see them slowly raise up their weapon, and now you can tell the silhouette of which is one massive great axe, and this muscular arm whoosh, swings down with a merciless execution, and you just see the body of the dwarf slump into the snow. The figure stands over the top of which, just silently, not moving.
I hope that was the right call.
We could maybe try to kill him too, if we need to. Shall we approach? I'm sure he'll be happy for the assistance that we gave.
Yeah.
We can try. Just be careful and ready in case they try anything.
Gonna go that way anyway.
I'll begin walking up to the figure.
Okay. You get closer and closer, only to notice that this humanoid figure is not wearing any cold weather clothing. They're just like bare back with maybe like a belt and loincloth. They're wearing third boots, but apart from that, maybe a pair of braces and the clenched great axe still in their hand, dripping with fresh blood. And you can only see the back of their head is like long, straggly hair. It's an absolute mess. It's kind of just slowly drifting in the breeze, but it almost looks half frozen. He does not, whatever this man is, it's not responding to you. Even as your footsteps get closer and crunch in the snow.
How tall is he? Like, do I recognize what species it is?
With how tall he is, he could maybe even be a Goliath, but he's not of the right skin tone. He looks more like humanoid, maybe similar height to Wealgeist, actually. Quite tall, like 7 feet tall. Yeah, well muscular as well. You can tell from the back he's like a well hardened warrior. But give me a perception check as well to see if you notice a little bit extra about what is on this. A 10. The thick fog is obscuring any further details. Without getting right up to the person, you can't tell much more than what I've described.
Okay, I'll get to about 50 feet away and then stop and wait for the rest to join.
Okay. The others
Oh.
catch up to you.
Well, who is it?
I don't know.
Oh,
Hello, friend.
You hear a breath. It's a sharp one, as if like inhaling suddenly, like. And as this figure turns around, you see a wild look in their face. Their hair is covering most of it, but you can see one eye bulging wide open. Teeth gritted so hard that it looks like they've been frozen in place. The axe is then hefted up in a two-handed swing and charges towards you overhead. And that is where we're gonna end tonight's
Ugh.
session, as magic bolts are flying and axes come swinging. Whatever this cold berserker is doing in the middle of nowhere, you have no idea, but you could be its next victim. But that is where we will end, because quite late. Now went on a while, but this guy
Alright.
is already injured. But yeah, we'll see.
You already got someone killed.
Mm-hmm.
Got someone killed.
Right.
Did.
We're gonna wrap up there then.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place.
So I personally won't be here next week, but others probably will be. So probably be about next week, I think, for the next session.
Yeah. If we're only one down, I can run, but we'll definitely take a week off after that.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.